Turfing, yeah, they say we wild mangs. Hunting serpents, wearing turbans, stealth mode, active, switching lanes. Suicidal, no denial, it's not up for debate. 3-day trial, regime change, cardboard folded and shipped away. Big talk online, real quiet now. Shake your shot, thought you made a way. Beat past the quick, same night, no delay. Like work, post on X, silly threats. Dum-dums, believe it anyway. Out of war, fell for more, but that's the game we play. Ayatollah, nice to know ya. God bless the USA. Naked mullahs, gay abdullahs, go fuckers doing Kama Sutra. Here's a bomb, booyah! Drop, 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 dropping bombs, drop, drop. We dropping bombs, 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 bombs over Iran. Bombs over Iran. Bombs over Iran.
Whoa, what's up? That was pretty cool, wasn't it? That's from DFF on Twitter. It's called Dumb F Finders. Dumb F's Finders. What's up, everybody? How's it going? What's new, everybody? How you doing, everybody? It's Sunday night. I'm Jim, and I'm here to tell you some news. A little bit of news. Got some stuff going on. Yes, got some stuff going on. Let's see who's here. We get into it. Iowa Backyard Cabs. Have a great show. See everyone soon. Awesome. Kimby back. Kimby, it's not Kimby's Dirty Kitchen anymore. It's Kimby's PhD. She's kitchen is now clean. I'm about to fall asleep right now. Mr. Sneaky Sean is what's up? How you doing? Lurch Linger, awesome, buddy. Thank you so much for the donations. Lurch on Cash App, I think it is, right? Or PayPal. Some Cash App or PayPal. I can't remember which ones you send it on, but thank you so much. Catherine K there too. What's up? See ya. Terry's here. Awesome. Dan, the other Gagax is here. None of your business is here. Awesome to see you. Q-Odd Wasp. What's up? America First. Trumpy, how you doing, buddy? Let's see who else. Lisa's here. What's up? How you doing? And straight of the Moose will be blockaded by the U.S. starting Monday. Yes, a big story. We'll be talking about it. Yes, we will. Diamond G's here. What's up, Tom? Bravo. Perfect timing for the world's greatest news show. Thank you so much, Tom. Awesome to have you here. Marjorie's here too. What's up, Margie? Great to see you. NASCAR Mo. Awesome. First they were grounded and now their allowance is being taken away. Big Harry. What's up? How's it going? Yeah. Anyone else? Pat Hacker's here. How you doing, Miss Hacker? How you doing? Lynn, what's up, Lynn? Oh my gosh, listen to Barnes tonight. He's convinced Trump has not been himself since January. Yeah, maybe Trump was taken over. Maybe he's a pod person. Maybe an alien came and got him. Oh. Happy Florida girl, what's up? How you doing with that beautiful smile of yours? Nice to see you. AZ Merce, what's up, buddy? How you been? So we got some news to talk about tonight. A little bit of news. Got to do the goal. Talk about the goal while I'm setting it up over here on YouTube. So this show is going to be about 2 hours, 2.5 hours, somewhere around there. Unless we hit the goal, which the goal is a total of $100 across all platforms. YouTube Super Chats, Rumble Rants, Coffee, Ko-Fi, Cash App, PayPal, Super Tips, Locals Coins, Kick and Twitch, memberships, gifting memberships on Kick and Twitch or becoming members, gifting memberships or becoming members on YouTube or Rumble. We add it all up, and when we hit $100 in total, we activate an extra hour of the show. And then for every additional $100 in total that comes in, we add another additional hour to the show. So the show could be 2 hours long, 3 hours long, 4 hours, whatever, however long you guys want it to be. That's how long it'll be. It's up to you guys. You guys decide. You guys are the producers. You guys are the ones who make the decisions about how long the show is going to be. And then as an added bonus, what I like to do is when we hit $50 in total, we activate Bellavision for the evening. And there's Bella just chilling tonight, just relaxing. It's past her bedtime. She's ready to sleep. So that's when we hit 50 in total. But what I like to do too is if anyone is so generous that they donate $25 individually, one individual person donates $25 or more. That could be $25 in PayPal, Cash App, $25 in a Rumble Rant or Super Chat, Super Tip, anything like that, coins on Locals, or gifting 5 Jim Tells You memberships on either YouTube or Rumble. That would automatically activate Bellavision for the evening. All right. There's beautiful Bella just chilling out there. Let me fix the camera real quick. So that's the goal. That's how the goal works. Why is it? That's better now. It's crooked. So there's Bella, and there she goes. She's going to be away for a while. All right. It's the Moo Cow, Cannibalistic Wizard. What's up, man? Thanks for being here. Beautiful Bella. Saw the Pope truth. Yeah. President Trump called out the Pope as woke. Well, he is woke. It's MK Ultra. Could be. The Catholic Church will only elect a Pope if they are woke. They've been having Pope John Paul was the last anti-communist Pope. And then since then, they've all been communists. In my opinion. That's my opinion. That's my opinion. Let's get into this first news story. All right. Which we kind of know about this. No deal. Vance leaves Islamabad after Islam is bad after marathon talks. U.S. starts mine clearing in Hormuz. They never intended to reach a deal. The regime stalled in order to kill more of their own people. Any deal that leaves the current regime in power and the IRGC forces intact and in charge, along with the Baji military, is a failure. CENTCOM Commander Brad Cooper announced the United States is establishing a new safe passage for commercial shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. The route will be shared soon to restore confidence and ensure the free flow of commerce. Yes. Yeah, they really effed up when they elected Palpatine as Pope. Yes, they did. U.S. forces have already begun. So they're already doing it, clearing out the stuff. We can't do business with the same people who are the greatest sponsors of international terror and have been killing us and our allies for 47 years. Death to America is not a slogan, it's a policy. Iran is a 47-year-old crime against humanity. DT should now recommence hostilities and wipe them out, literally. And the IDF should do the same with Hezbollah and Hamas, who are still armed. Yeah, mind clearing Hormuz. Yes. Every problem in the Middle East tracks back to Iran. Hezbollah, Iran. Shia militias that are destroying and threatening Iraq, Iran. Hamas, Iran. The Houthis, Iran. Assad, when he was in Syria, Iran. Oh, okay. Let's see. There's a great thing here. Let's see.
Okay. Well, he's an expert in genocide. They're experts in that because, they sponsor terrorism all over the world. And they've killed thousands and thousands of people. Look at the Middle East. Look at the Middle East, guys. Every problem in the Middle East tracks back to Iran. Hezbollah, Iran. Shia militias that are destroying and threatening Iraq, Iran. Hamas, Iran. The Houthis, Iran. Assad when he was in Syria, Iran. Everywhere you turn, they're behind all of it.
Everywhere you turn,
evil force.
every bomb that burns, it's Iran, they say. They'll blow you up today. It's the Ronnie in you. We no longer have bomb-sniffing dolphins. It's a shame. Yes, definitely a shame. When the regime surrenders, the Iranian people will have to be helped by the oil-rich Gulf states. Who will need to supply humanitarian aid, which the U.S. can physically deliver. Some kind of Gulf states Marshall Plan will have to be devised in Iran. Just finish it, U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance. The bad news is that we have not reached an agreement, and I think it's bad news for Iran much more than it's bad news for the United States of America. So we go back to the U.S. not having come to an agreement. They have chosen not to accept our terms. Yes, it's great for the dolphins. If China is helping Iran by supplying them, then we need to put sanctions on China at least 100%. Why not just put an embargo? Trump can put an embargo. No more. It's within the president's power. That's actually what was talked about during that tariffs thing, the tariffs case at the Supreme Court. They were like, well, the president could just say nothing. He could completely stop. So he could do that. Iran peace talks have broken down over Iran's commitment to no nuclear weapons. It's a bad news for Iran. CENTCOM confers 2 minesweepers are clearing the strait. President Trump announced the start of clearing out the strait. Peace talks with Pakistan begin in indirect format. Saturday sees more Israeli strikes on Lebanon. Hezbollah supporting Pakistan talks but rejecting separate deal directly with Israel. These negotiations are an appalling waste of time. Iran is not negotiating in good faith, and a list of demands that Iran has outlined to end hostilities are outrageous. Trump already said he would put a 50% tariff on China. I would honestly, just nothing. Zero. Nothing comes in from China. Stop it. Stop it cold-blooded. See what happens. If we could detect a heartbeat 40 miles away, we can find mines without sacrificing dolphins. I agree. They're finding the mines. We don't need the dolphins to do it anymore. First of all, the dolphins didn't never set the mines off. The dolphins would just let them know where the mines were. As far as I know, I don't think dolphins ever died finding the mines. Yes, no trade with China. That's right. Just cut it off. U.S. and Israel must finish the job and end this evil regime for once and all. Good science for negotiators. Hold the red lines, reject the regime demands. Washington's never had this kind of leverage after the severe degradation of the regime's war-making power, repression, apparatus, economic machinery. Okay, so yeah, this is the speech. We kind of listened to it the other night. We'll just, it's very short. So we'll play this real quick here.
But the simple fact is that we need to see an affirmative commitment that they will not seek a nuclear weapon, and they will not seek the tools that would enable them to quickly achieve a nuclear weapon. That is the core goal of the President of the United States, and that's what we've tried to achieve through these negotiations. But
Wow, that's crazy. So Pat Hacker says, yes, they did die. I didn't know that. I thought the dolphins didn't die. That mine detecting plane has been mapping all the mines. Okay. Barnes said Trump is killing the dolphins. China has been supplying both Russia and Iran. I think it's bad news. I saw all this. All right, same thing. Why do you keep showing the same thing? Javed Zarif walked out of the room saying no deal, and John Kerry ran after him multiple times. It was an embarrassment to America. Now it's VP Vance walking out of the room by the direction of a president who knows exactly what he's doing and why. The era of appeasement is over. Israel estimates U.S.-Iran talks will collapse despite serious efforts to secure a deal. U.S. shipments of something is on its way. U.S. continues to deploy forces, military assets to the Middle East. 1,500 to 2,000 troops from an elite 82nd Airborne Division could arrive within days. Seriously, we had a dolphin program. Yes, no, there used to be. There used to be a program for dolphins to find mines. Barnes also said that the Lincoln and Ford have both been sunk about 30 times now. Oh, my God. Did he really? Well, TikTok. Jack Keane explained he's skeptical about a ceasefire. In a press conference delivered Sunday morning in the Serena Hotel in Islamabad, they chose not to accept the terms. We saw that. No deal. Vance lives in Islamabad. U.S. CENTCOM confirms 2 minesweepers. The thing nobody's talking about that we finally have positive confirmation from the mullahs themselves is they intend to acquire nuclear weapons. The U.S. can never allow a group of 8th century savages who want nukes so they can precipitate Armageddon, thereby causing the end of the world. The U.S. did not reach an agreement. Okay, so it's just the same stuff. Vance delivered a quick update after 21 hours. Okay, we saw this. We were quite accommodating to make your best effort in a deal in good faith. Remains unclear whether fight in the Middle East, which began February 28th, will resume. Yeah, it's going to resume. I can tell you right now, it's going to resume. Shortly before Vance's 3-minute update, the Iranians posted that they will not forgive the heinous crimes committed by the U.S. and the Zionist regime. Oh, okay. Well, I guess it's on then. We have not forgotten and will not forget the experience of America's breaches of promise and malicious acts. Okay. I'll tell you some things you're not going to forget either. Nothing can deter us from pursuing our great historical mission towards our beloved homeland and noble Iranian civilization. The Islamic Republic of Iran is determined to utilize all tools, including diplomacy, to secure national interests and protect the country's well-being. Hey, Jonathan Marcus, great to see you. Only 10 minutes late. Did you talk about Swalwell yet? No, we didn't talk about Swalwell yet. Did not talk about Swalwell yet. Success of this diplomatic process depends on the seriousness and good faith of the opposing side. They said discussions, including the Strait of Hormuz, war reparations, and lifting of sanctions, and complete end of the war, and the nuclear issue. The heavy loss of our great elders, dear ones, and fellow countrymen has made our resolve to pursue the Iranian nation's interests and rights firmer than ever before. Yeah, that nanny is the Brazilian nanny. Yeah. Andrea Sticker, the Deputy Director and Research Fellow for the Foundation for Defending Democracy's Non-Proliferation Program, what the hell, told the Post that she wasn't surprised the nuclear issue was at the heart of the failed talks, adding she believes the ceasefire will now collapse. Wreckage of a destroyed aircraft lies scattered across a barren landscape under a clear blue sky. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Anyway, so this is from, I'm going to show this because this is this Joe Kent on this antiwar.com, which by this guy Dave DeCamp wrote the story, but Joe Kent is echoing the lies and propaganda from the Iranians right now. Basically saying that Trump never said that he wasn't going to let Iran enrich uranium, which I'll show you. Yes, he did. I'm fairly certain Barnes has money on Iran seeking a carrier, so he has a vested interest. Oh, yeah, that would make sense. Barnes probably has a bunch of weird bets on there. Barnes probably has a bunch of weird bets. So Joe Kent says demand for zero Iranian nuclear enrichment is a poison pill that killed the Pakistan talks. Joe Kent says it's a poison pill that killed the Pakistan talks. You don't say. What the? I know I booked. What the fuck is going on? I bookmarked these things. Now I'm getting pissed. I bookmarked the fucking things. I had them. Sorry. I had them. Yeah, so here. So just so so here we go. So we'll do this real quick. So Shipwreck Crew says they always get you in the drive-thru. Yeah, they do. So Joe Kent's goals seem to include allowing Iran to enrich uranium after the war ends. Good to know. All right. And then you got this one. Why are you such a low-life liar? March of last year. Trump says U.S. will not allow Iran to enrich any uranium under nuclear deal. This was, 3/6/2025. So a year and 1 month ago. All right. You're lying. The auto pen should have stopped Iran a long time ago, 10 months ago, from enriching. Under our potential agreement, we will not allow any enrichment of uranium. Now, why exactly would you want Iran to be able to enrich uranium? Because these are clearly lies that they're telling, lies. When Joe Kent talks, people don't listen. Yeah, they don't want us to have the news. Yeah. Joe Kent, the former head of national counterterrorism who resigned in opposition to the war in Iran, I think he resigned because he was accused of leaking and he was being investigated, said that the demand for Iran to give up all nuclear enrichment was a poison pill. How is it a poison pill? What? It appears that the zero enrichment poison pill killed the deals. We have 9 more days in the ceasefire to fix this. We must pursue our goals, not Israel's. It is our goals for them not to enrich uranium. What is he talking about? How is it not in the U.S.'s goals to not allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon? What is he talking about? This guy is insane. Literally insane. According to Axios, a former IDF officer, U.S. demands for Iran include ending all uranium enrichment, dismantling all major nuclear facilities, and retrieving the uranium enriched at 60%. Conditions that Tehran has repeatedly rejected. Okay, then I guess we bomb them some more. Since his resignation, Kent has pointed out in interviews that the U.S. has adopted the position of conflating any nuclear enrichment with developing a nuclear weapon. Oh, even though before the war, Tehran was willing to dilute its uranium. Oh, they were? They were willing to dilute it. Really? Where does he make this stuff up? So they were willing to suspend Iranian enrichment for 3 to 5 years since June. Had paused its. This is just such lies. They agreed to not do it under Obama, and yet they were doing it. So this is just a joke. The conflation of enrichment with weapons proliferation was demonstrated in J.D. Vance's remarks. The simple fact is we need to see a firm commitment they will not seek a nuclear weapon and that they do not seek the tools that will enable them to quickly achieve a nuclear weapon. There is no peaceful civilian use for 60% uranium. There is no peaceful civilian use for 40% enriched uranium or for 30% enriched uranium or even 20% enriched uranium. 12% enriched uranium is all you need for any type of civilian uses. That's it. And it's also the goal of the USA that Iran no longer fund and manage terrorist attacks around the world. Not sure why we aren't talking about this. Oh, it's definitely, that's part of it. It's part of that. But, Joe Kent, I don't know what his deal is. Kent said there was a workable deal with the U.S. and Iran, but that such an arrangement was a threat to Israel's desire to get the U.S. to continue waging war with Iran. This guy has really got Iran, like Israel, mental problems. He also raised the possibility of Israel using a nuclear weapon. So who's the lunatic now? Israel needs us chasing every trace of uranium in Iran because that ensures we stay engaged militarily in Iran. Because how do we ever fully make sure Iran can enrich without taking out the regime? This is a recipe for endless bloody war and turning a blind eye to Israel using a WMD on Iran. Like, what? What? Man, these people are Looney Tunes. Looney Tunes. Okay, and then the AP just has failed U.S.-Iran peace talks raise questions about the fragile ceasefire. Well, the ceasefire is over. I mean, that's the bottom line. No deal, ceasefire over. That's how it works. Yeah. Well, no duh. We don't want them to have a nuke, Kent, you dumbass. That's right. It looks that way, but maybe not this time. What do you mean? Hey, what's up, Muffin Rando? Great to see you. Ceasefire talks between U.S. and Iran ended in the early hours of Sunday without an agreement. There is no word on whether negotiations will resume. No. The setback does not necessarily mean war will resume, but it showed how entrenched both sides are. Oh, it means the war's going to resume. Negotiators will now return to their capitals or reconsider their next moves. Views differ on how to end the war. The U.S. and Israel launched the war on February 28th. They pledged to eliminate Iran's nuclear and missile programs and support for armed proxies in the region. Huh. The U.S. has presented a 15-point plan. It's believed to include the same demands. While the U.S. proposal hasn't been made public, the Pakistanis told the Associated Press that it also calls for reopening the Strait of Hormuz, a strategic waterway. Iran's closure of the strait sent oil prices spiking and the global markets plunging. Iran has countered with a 10-point plan. It calls for Iranian control over the strait. Ah, yes. They want to be kings of the world. End to the war and halting attacks on its proxies, including Hezbollah. Oh, so they're admitting because they've always denied that there were proxies before. They always said they weren't responsible, but now they are. Neither side appears to have budged much in the ceasefire terms. Well, I guess we need out of OPEC. Well, I don't think we're members of. I don't think we're members of OPEC. OPEC, I thought, was just the Middle East countries. Hey, Lady Obama, great to see you. Vance, who led the delegation, said Iran had failed to give assurances it would not seek a nuclear weapon. Iran has long denied seeking nuclear weapons, but insisted on civilian nuclear program, including uranium enrichment, a key step towards developing a weapon. There is no, I don't think so. We are not members of OPEC. Yeah. A key step towards where experts say that Iran's current stockpile of enriched uranium is just a short technical step from being weapons grade. Yes, just one more time through a centrifuge. That's it. It's like hours. That's it. And we need to see an affirmative commitment they will not seek a nuclear weapon. Iran's negotiator, whether it can gain our trust or not, blah, blah, blah. First vice president of Iran said on social media that controlling the strait is part of the rights of the people. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So they think controlling the straits is the rights of the people. It's Gulf states plus Venezuela. That's what I thought. Hey, what's up, the Finch? How you doing? Just got here. What did I miss? Nothing. We're just talking about the ceasefire, war situation, what's going on. Pakistan's foreign minister said his country will try to facilitate a new round of dialogue. There was no immediate reaction from either side. A key obstacle seems to be perception on both sides that they won the war and that each has time on its side. Okay. Ban said the lack of agreement is bad news for Iran. Trump said the U.S. Navy would impose a blockade controlling access in and out of the Strait of Hormuz. Kalbev said Iran would not stop striving to securing the achievements of the war. This guy, senior think tank guy, said the conflicting visions don't bode well. He said Iran's perception of victory is not the mindset of a regime preparing to compromise. The gap between American expectations and Iranian self-perception now lies at the heart of the growing strategic deadlock. An Iranian project director for International Crisis Group said that Islamabad talks underscore wide gaps, but he did not expect an immediate collapse. I do. Likelier scenario is not immediate war, but a volatile period of pressure, signaling and last-minute attempts to prevent a wider conflagration. Yeah, Durka, Muhammad Jihad. The path forward, if there is one, lies in a limited reciprocal deal that buys time and lowers temperature. No more deals. No more deals. No more deals. Okay, and we're going to jump into a different story. It's kind of interrelated to Joe Kent, but let's see here. So Roger Stone convinced Trump not to fire Tulsi Gabbard. Yep, can't negotiate. That's right. OPEC plays a significant role in influencing U.S. gas prices by managing crude oil production levels. When OPEC cuts production, it typically leads to higher retail gas prices due to reduced oil. Iran's next move, go home, kiss the favorite goat, update the will. Yep, no deals. So we are even if we say we ain't. President Trump appeared ready to fire Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard last week until Roger Stone stepped in, according to a report and a longtime political operative. Trump was upset with Gabbard's performance during the March 18th congressional hearing, where she declined to say whether Iran posed an imminent nuclear threat and began asking cabinet members and advisors about whether it's time to replace the top intelligence official. Why would he want to fire Tulsi? I don't know. See, I don't know if this is true. That's the thing. I don't know if any of this is true. This could be this could just be like someone, pretty sure negotiating is haram, probably. Hey, what's up, Renee Collins? Great to have you here. Roger Stone, who was acquainted with Trump since 1979, received a call from the president and staunchly defended Gabbard, laying out several reasons why Trump needed to keep her on the job, Axios reported on Thursday. Fortunately, I acted in time. See, I didn't even see this story. It's Democrat spin. Yeah, I didn't even see this story until this morning. Like, I'm like, wait, how did this get past me? So Stone, this is Stone basically running around saying he stopped something, and he's saying he accused right-wing firebrand Laura Loomer of leading the charge to get Tulsi Gabbard fired. Stone argued that Gabbard was loyal and professional in her congressional testimony and would not resign like her former staffer and Iran war critic Joe Kent did. He also told Trump that firing Gabbard would create a damaging news cycle and turn the director of national intelligence into a martyr for his anti-interventionist supporters. You can't negotiate with people who view it as a matter of faith that they can lie to you because you are infidels. Yeah, they're just practicing tequila. Firing Gabbard will also make her a formidable 2028 GOP presidential candidate, potentially hurting the chances of Trump's preferred successor, Vice President Vance, in early primary states, Stone argued. I don't believe anything Laura Loomer says. I don't know how much I believe what Roger Stone says either, to tell you the truth. He's known to be somebody who wants to make himself seem more important, than he is. Stone and Gabbard's offers did not respond to the Post request for comments. FDR Stone is a sus AF. Don't believe a word he says. Yeah. Patriot Joe quit job to campaign instead of whistleblowing or just doing the job. Yeah. She's a key member of the national security team, Levitt said when asked about it. So, White House press secretary told Axios that Trump believes Gabbard is doing an excellent job on behalf of the administration. So this might all be bullshit. This might all be bullshit. Why are Stone and Loomer talking to lefty media? Who knows? That's what I'm saying. Who knows? Mainstream media claims Roger Stone persuaded Trump not to fire Tulsi Gabbard. So see, this is Zero Hedge. Zero Hedge is like, wait a minute. This is just the media claiming this. So this could be the media trying to get it in Tulsi's ear that Trump was going to fire her to make Tulsi quit. Like Tulsi think that she was going to be fired. This could all be a ploy to try to drive a wedge. The media is always trying to drive a wedge in between Trump and his closest people. So Trump was reportedly on the verge of firing Tulsi Gabbard until longtime advisor Roger Stone stepped in at the last minute. According to Axios, citing advisors, Trump had grown frustrated with Gabbard's testimony. The sources described the president polling other advisors on her performance and whether she should be replaced. The drama unfolded after a high-profile resignation of Gabbard's former advisor, Joe Kent, who's been running around like a fucking lunatic saying stupidly crazy shit. How Roger Stone persuaded Trump not to fire Tulsi Gabbard. In a private meeting, Trump scolded Gabbard and questioned her loyalty, according to two sources. Others described the exchange as sarcastic but ultimately friendly. Yet it was Roger Stone, Trump's friend and political confidant since 1979, who ultimately changed the president's mind. All in clicks. That's what I think it is. Roger sealed the deal. He saved Tulsi. Stone laid out 4 key arguments for keeping her, according to people. Yeah, we saw this. Saw this stuff. Stone himself confirmed his intervention on X. Last Monday, Loomer tried to convince the president that Tulsi Gabbard was about to resign in an effort to get Trump to move to preemptively fire her. The whole thing was a hoax. Fortunately, I acted in time. So now this is completely different than what they're saying. They're saying Trump was going to fire her for being disloyal or fire her for this other stuff. Susie Wiles is worm tongue. That's what I think. This is saying that Laura Loomer was trying to convince President Trump to get rid of Tulsi Gabbard, and Roger Stone had to step in and say, no, Laura Loomer's a fucking wackadoo. Leave her alone. So that doesn't mean Trump was listening to Laura Loomer. The whole thing was a hoax. Fortunately, I acted in a time when I called Loomer out on her lie is when she became unhinged. So maybe. Stone's comments came against the backdrop of a verbal feud with Laura Loomer. You planted the idea that Tulsi was going to resign in an effort to stamp the president into firing her, but you got outmaneuvered. Tulsi had no intention of resigning and has done nothing to merit her termination. Roger Stone persuaded how Laura Loomer's dirty trick didn't work. Loomer took the exit layer. Tulsi's done. The White House wants zero drama, so they gave her an option to resign, but she will do a lot of damage if she's given a choice to resign because she will launch a 2028 presidential campaign. Like, I don't get it, man. What is with these people? A Gabbard ally fired back, calling Loomer's claim absolutely false and noting that Trump has repeatedly stood by his DNI. The White House pushed back hard on any notion of discord. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said President Trump believes Tulsi Gabbard is doing an excellent job on behalf of the administration. She's a key member of his national security team. The ODNI spokesperson said that Gabbard remains committed to fulfilling the responsibilities the president placed in her to protect the safety, security, and freedom of the American people. She will continue tirelessly on behalf of the President Trump's agenda. I don't know. Good evening. Hope all's well. At this point, I stopped reading all the mainstream news and podcasts. They're all chasing clicks at this point. Well, I'm just trying to read the news and try to cut through the BS. That's all. I try to look at stuff and go, wait a minute, this don't make sense. That's why I go, hey, what's up, G Sharkman? Great to see you too. And Gank's here too. What's up, buddy? And try to see, what I can decipher as what the truth is. So, I mean, I don't think Trump was going to fire Tulsi Gabbard. I think maybe possibly Roger Stone called Trump to say Laura Loomer's a nut job. Don't listen to her. Maybe that happened, but do we really think that Trump is swayed by goofy Laura Loomer? In the administration prizes loyalty almost over everything else. A veteran political operative reminded the president why keeping experienced voices to deliver results without grandstanding serves the country better than another round of public bloodletting. Bondi was doing a great job also. No, Bondi was not doing a great job. This isn't the first time Gabbard has faced scrutiny. Tension surfaced last year over her decision to pull certain security clearances without full consultation and her public warnings about nuclear risk. She also notably sidelined from some key pre-war discussions. Immediate breathless coverage of the near firing only underscores how quickly internal deliberations become public fodder. Yet the outcome reinforces a core truth in this administration. Seasoned advisors who understand Trump's instincts can still shape decisions behind closed doors, protecting both the president's agenda and a team executing it. Yeah. Okay. Then we got this. All right. We are fully locked and loaded. President Trump, U.S. Navy blockades Strait of Hormuz. That's an aircraft carrier. President Trump announced Sunday that the U.S. Navy will begin blocking ships in the Strait of Hormuz. The news comes after he said that Iran promised to open the strait but did not. So there you have it. The meeting went well. Most points were agreed to, but the only point that really mattered, nuclear, was not. Effective immediately, the United States Navy, the finest in the world, will begin the process of blockading any and all ships trying to enter or leave the Strait of Hormuz, the president wrote on a post on Truth Social. He continued, at some point we will reach an all being allowed to go in, all being allowed to go out basis, but Iran has not allowed that to happen by merely saying there may be a mine out there somewhere. And nobody knows about but them. This is world extortion. The leaders of the countries, especially the United States of America, will never be extorted. I have also instructed our Navy to seek and interdict every vessel in international waters that has paid a toll to Iran. No one who pays an illegal toll will have safe passage on the high seas. Well, I mean, they're all subject to sanctions on the U.S. Mm-hmm. Only needed time for unreps. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Open the strait or we'll block it. What? No, we're gonna stop the Iranians from getting the ships they want through. See what I'm saying? So like the Russia, Chinese, the ones that they were letting through, we're gonna stop those. We will also begin destroying the mines that Iranians laid in the straits. Any Iranian who fires on us or at a peaceful vessel will be blown to hell. Iran knows better than anyone how to end the situation, which has already devastated their country. Their Navy's gone, their Air Force is gone, their aircraft or anti-aircraft's gone, their radar, it's all useless. Khomeini, most of their leaders are dead, all because of their nuclear ambition. The blockade will begin shortly. Other countries will be involved with this blockade. Iran will not be allowed to profit off the illegal act of distortion. Yeah, underway replenishment. I don't. Additionally, at all appropriate moment, we will fully locked and loaded, and our military will finish up the little that is left of Iran. President Trump. On Saturday, Vance said the U.S. delegation decided to leave the peace talks once it was clear after 21 hours the regime would not agree to the terms the United States put forward. We've had a number of substantive discussions. That's good news. The bad news is we not reached agreement, and it's bad news for Iran. And it's bad news for you. This reminds me of that scene from The Godfather. That's bad news for you. What Navy? Footage shows the obliteration of regime's ships. Oh, let's see.
Trisha Heaton looks great at 67. Here is her
Great at
number
67.
one
Here's her
secret.
number one
Regular
secret.
milk
Wow,
or oat
that's
milk?
great.
Oh,
Oat
regular.
milk. Well, I'm going to shut that down because that music will be a problem. Wow, look at the ships. Wow. Wow. I mean, those are just like, that's a big ship. Well, some of them ships just had 2 outboard motors on it. It's not like a ship. That's a boat. Meanwhile, the Daily Mail reported a pair of U.S. warships, the USS Franklin Peterson and the Michael Murphy, went through the strait on Saturday. Yeah, she didn't look great at any age. No, I know. I was like, what? It's almost hammer time. The Strait of Hormuz is a powder keg, just 21 miles wide at its narrowest point, filled with mines and within striking distance of missiles and drones fired from a labyrinth of Iranian mountains. Any move by the U.S. Navy to blockade or forcibly secure it would risk heavy losses, the outlet said. Oh, we will see. We will see.
Welcome back. And Breakman reporting live from Tel Aviv, Israel. After no deal reached between the U.S. and Iran, President Trump just said he'll be blocking traffic coming in and out of the Strait of Hormuz. And that's a key waterway where 1/5 of the world's oil and gas passes through. We have our Robert Sherman live in Tel Aviv, Israel, with the latest on this breaking news. Robert, what does this mean going forward and for negotiations potentially to even restart now from this?
Yeah, hey there, Kelly. Well, the vice president isn't even back in Washington yet, and we've already seen the next move being made here in this back and forth with Iran. I want to read you part of the formal statement that President Trump just released. Effective immediately, the United States Navy, the finest in the world, will begin the process of blockading any and all ships trying to enter or leave the Strait of Hormuz. At some point, we will reach an all being allowed to go in, all being allowed to go out. But for the time being, saying that if any Iranian ships fire upon, whether that's U.S. naval ships or whether any cargo ships trying to go through the Strait of Hormuz, they will be blown to hell, using his words there. What you would say here, Kelly, is that the president shedding a little bit more light on the status of these negotiations, actually framing them as a positive back and forth with Iran, that many points were agreed to. But you heard both the vice president and president saying the same thing, that the number one issue that they went into that negotiation with is the one they could not find agreement on with Iran. That was the nuclear ambition one, to ensure that Iran never gets a nuclear weapon ever again. As a result, well, never gets a nuclear weapon, period. As a result of all of this, you have this next move being made here, which would be a naval blockade in an attempt to squeeze Iran's major lifeline, the Strait of Hormuz, their oil shipments. We have seen some cargo ships going in and out of the Strait of Hormuz in recent days, again, totally at the blessing of the Iranian military. But according to the international community, you have heard the criticism of this loud and clear. That does not fit the definition of freedom of navigation, which is an international right. And as a result, you see the president making this move here. And for the record, there's also been widespread condemnation coming from many of the other Gulf states that the Strait of Hormuz should not be operated at the blessing of the Iranian military. There should be freedom of navigation for all. This is the next step in all of this, and certainly going to up the pressure on Iran as the ceasefire still holding at this hour. It's lasted a couple of days so far. It's supposed to last an entirety of 2 weeks here. But both Iran and the United States have said they're ready to go if this ceasefire falls apart. And we just saw the pressure cranked up again moments ago. Kelly?
Yeah, absolutely. Great job breaking that all down for us. Robert Sherman reporting live from Tel Aviv, Israel. Thank you.
Thank you for watching.
No, go away, Guido. In another social media post on Sunday, Trump said Iran promised to open the strait, and they knowingly failed to do so. And I saw something come in. We had a Rumble rant come in. Look at this. From Dizzy D. Dizzy D82 for $10. Thank you so much, Dizzy D. And with that, that means we are now just $90 away from adding a first additional hour to the show and just $40 away from Bellavision. That's right. 40 away from Bella Vision. Thank you so much, Dizzy D. Yeah, what's up? I think Trump and the Joint Chiefs weighed all the risks. I'm sure they did. I am told the enforcer, if POTUS was wise as him, the strait would be probably open already. I don't know what that means. Yep, ditto. Me too. So thank you so much, Dizzy D. Thank you so much, Dizzy D. Yes. And they knowingly failed to cause anxiety, dislocation, and pain to many people and countries throughout the world. They say they put mines in water, and even though all of their Navy and most of their mine droppers have been completely blown up. The meeting with Iran banned earlier. Okay, so we saw this. The enforcer is another streamer. Okay. However, the president also said Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. So, U.S. to blockade the strait after U.S.-Iran talks end without a deal, Trump says. Effective immediately, the United States Navy will begin the process of blockading any ships trying to enter or leave. So, yeah, so basically any ship that paid, if a country paid the cryptocurrency, bribe, the extortion, the toll to Iran, they violated U.S. sanction laws, and so they have a problem with the U.S. now. I've also instructed the Navy to seek and interdict vessels in international water to pay the toll. That's right. Get him. He said he refuses to let the Iranian regime make a profit from the waterway. All right. And then this says, U.S. military to launch blockade of Iranian ports on Monday, CENTCOM says. Command says it will not block ships heading to non-Iranian ports, offering more guidance for mariners. The U.S. CENTCOM said Sunday that the U.S. military will launch its naval blockade of the Strait of Hormuz starting Monday, coming hours after President Trump made the announcement. A post from CENTCOM said the blockade operation will begin April 13th, confirming a blockade of all maritime traffic entering and exiting Iranian ports. The blockade will be enforced impartially against vessels of all nations entering or departing Iranian ports and coastal areas, including all Iranian ports on the Arabian Gulf and Gulf of Oman, which CENTCOM says. The command further says the U.S. military forces won't interfere with freedom of navigation for vessels traveling in the Strait of Hormuz, a key waterway that normally sees roughly a fifth of the world's oil traffic pass through it, so long as the ships are visiting non-Iranian ports. Say, carriers were first going into the war zone. He said the subs were not with them. I had to tell him that subs are part of any carrier group. Anybody that doesn't know that, I mean, there's always a minimum of one sub per carrier group. It's usually two. It's usually an attack sub, a fast attack sub that's there to hunt any other sub that tries to sneak up on it. And there's usually a missile sub there too. I don't know if I was supposed to say that out loud. Additional information will be provided to commercial mariners through a formal notice prior to the start of the blockade. Yep, usually two. Yeah, there's usually a boomer. Yeah, there's usually a boomer and a fast attack sub. They don't usually talk about it though. You ain't gonna see the sub. That's right. You don't see the sub. It's just the hole in the ocean. Earlier today, Trump announced a blockade through social posts after the weekend negotiations fell apart. Renee says, I love that you say stuff out loud. The strait has effectively been blocked by commercial traffic since the start of U.S.-Israeli strikes on Iran that began on February 28th, leading to significant increases to the price of oil and gas while prompting concerns of the world economy. Subs being with carrier groups have been common knowledge for years. Yeah, it's common knowledge that there's a fast attack sub with them, one that hunts subs, but there being another submarine there that's for offensive purposes, not defensive purposes, is not widely known. And CENTCOM, yes, because sometimes the boomers carry a bunch of Tomahawks instead of ICBMs. They carry both. Tomahawks can also have nukes on them, too, by the way. W-84s. Iran's Revolutionary Guard said the strait remained under Iran's full control and was open for non-military vessels, but military ones would get a forceful response. The paramilitary force said through state-run TV that permission to transit in accordance with specific regulations is granted to non-military vessels. During the 21-hour talks mediated in Pakistan, the U.S. military said 2 destroyers transited straight ahead of a mine-clearing work, a first since the war began. Face-to-face talks ended Sunday morning. We need to see an affirmative commitment they will not seek a nuclear weapon. Iran's nuclear program was at the center of the tensions. Israel and the United States have said Iran is pursuing nuclear weapons. At what point is the media just mouthpieces for Iran? Well, I think we've seen that. I think we've seen quite a bit of that with some of the mainstream media, where actually just let the Iranians come on and spew their shit. So, CENTCOM to begin blockading Iranian ports on Monday. Boomers have like 144 nukes. It depends, like the main actual, boomers that are just, but they also have them where, I'm talking with the MIRVs, but I'm talking about the other ones that they have some where they have split up where it's some ICBMs and some Tomahawks, and then there's some guided missile boats, SSGBs or SSBGs. And those have just packs of Tomahawks. Because I think for every one ICBM, they can have 6 Tomahawks for every one ICBM that was on a boat. So that's that. The torpedo tubes can launch cruise missiles. Yeah. Hungarian Prime Minister Orban voted out after 16 years. Hungarian voters on Sunday ousted long-serving Prime Minister Viktor Orban after 16 years in power, rejecting the authoritarian policies. So he was an authoritarian. Each ICBM used can carry up to 6 Tomahawks. That's what I thought. Like the space. They have like it's like a pack. It's like a missile pack that they drop in. Or so they say. It has to do with the size difference. So they're calling him an authoritarian because he wanted to protect his country. That's weird. Is Joe Kent seriously making the argument that Israel's going to drop a nuclear bomb? Yes, we read it. He's making that argument that Israel is going to drop a bomb. So they rejected the authoritarian policies and the global far-right movement that he embodied in favor of a pro-European challenger in a bombshell election result with global repercussions. Stunning blow for Orban, a close ally of both President Trump and Vladimir Putin, who quickly conceded defeat after what he called a painful election result. J.D. Vance made a visit to Hungary just days earlier. The former Orban loyalists who campaigned against corruption, election victor Peter Magner, a former Orban loyalist, who campaigned against corruption and on everyday issues like healthcare and public transport, has pledged to rebuild Hungary's relationships with the European Union and NATO, ties that frayed under Orban. The European leaders quickly congratulated Magyar. Third Rallify has rated the stream. Well, thank you, guys. Thank you for coming in. Hungary is going to make Joe Biden's border look closed. Boomers can hit China and Russia without leaving San Diego. Yeah, they can. But here's the thing, though. I don't know, because you've got to read this right here. What does it say? It says, the election victor, Peter Magyar, a formal Orban loyalist. So this guy was formerly part of Orban's circle. Maybe this is one of those things where it's just kabuki theater. I don't know. His victory was expected to transform political dynamics within the EU, where Orban has upended the bloc frequently by vetoing key decisions, prompting concerns he sought to break it up from the inside. It was also reverberate among far-right movements around the world. The EU was fining Hungary 1 million euros a day. 1 million euros a day. Hungary can now take in IRGC asylum seekers. Maybe. Hey, Spuds, what's up? What's up, Shorty? What's up, Red and Renegade? How you doing? What's up, Greg Ohio? How you doing? Hey, ding. Hey, ding. It's not clear whether Magyar's TISA party will have the 2/3 majority in parliament, which would give it the numbers needed for major changes in legislation. With 93% of the vote counted, it had more than 53% support to 37% support for Orban's governing Fidesz party. and look to set to win 94 of Hungary's 106 voting districts. We are going to serve the Hungarian nation and our homeland from the opposition, Orban told the followers. In a speech to tens of thousands of jubilant supporters at the victory party on the Danube River, Magna was voters that he had rewritten Hungarian history. Hey, third rally, what's up? Great to see you. Tonight, truth prevailed over lies. Today, we won because Hungarians didn't ask what their homeland could do for them. They asked what they could do for their homeland. You found the answer, and you followed through. Hey, Neuro, what's up, buddy? Great to see you. On the streets of Budapest, drivers blared car horns and cranked up anti-government songs while people marching in the streets chanted and screamed. Many revelers chanted, Rozuka Haza, Russians go home, a phrase used widely during Hungary's 1956 anti-Soviet resolution, which had gained increasing currency amid Orban's drift towards Moscow. Turnout in the election was nearly 80%, according to the National Election Office, record number in any vote in Hungary's post-communist history. Will they blame Trump for Orban's loss? Probably. What's up, Spuds? Yeah. Oh, look at this. Spuds gifted 5 Jim Tells You memberships. Spuds gifted 5 Jim Tells You memberships. Right there. Oh, thank you, Spuds. And those members are Third Ralify, Dizzy D, 82, Sugar Bear, The Narrow Way, and The Big Harry all received gifted memberships from Spuds. That means right now, folks, we are now just $65 away from adding a first additional hour to the show. So thank you so much, Spuds. Thank you, Spuds. We need to send Bella. That's right. Big Harry got a gift. Barnes said Orban lost due to his support of Israel. Or Ralphie got a gift. Sugar Bear got a gift. Dizzy D got a gift. The Narrow Way. Big Harry. KBT says, shh, I'm sneaking in late, y'all. Well, great to see you. See, we need to see Bella. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Orban, the EU's longest-serving leader and one of its biggest antagonists, traveled a long road from his early days as a liberal anti-Soviet firebrand to the Russia-friendly nationalists admired today by the global far right. Thank you to whoever gifted me my membership the other night. Orban has been in power since 2010. Unfortunately, EU wore people down. Well, yeah, because they've been fining them, basically penalizing them money. Orban lost because it's much easier for the EU to rig European elections than ours. You would think, I don't know. Sounds like it to me. The EU will be waiting to see how Magnar changes Hungary's approach to Ukraine. Orban repeatedly frustrated EU efforts to supporting neighboring countries in its war against Russia's full-scale invasion while cultivating close ties to Putin and refusing to end Hungary's dependence on Russian energy imports. What are they supposed to do? Just all freeze? They don't say nothing about all the Germans and all the people that have been freezing in Europe because they haven't had way to get warm in the winter. A lot of people froze. Recent revelations also show a top member of Orban's government frequently shared the content of EU discussions with Moscow, raising accusations that Hungary was acting on Russia's behalf within the bloc. Members of Trump's Make America Great Again movement are among those who see Orban's government and his Fidesz political party as a shining examples of conservative, anti-globalist politics and action, while he's reviled by advocates of the liberal democracy and rule of law. Oh, fuck them. Let's see here. It says, Jay Wills gifted 1 Jim Tells You membership. Thank you, Jay Wills. That means that, Dalu received the gifted membership from Jay Wills. Thank you so much, Dalu. Jay Wills to Dalu. Thank you. And that means we are now just $59 away. Just $59 away from adding the first additional hour to the show. Thank you so much. Hungary is going to take it up to A. Yes, thanks for Bella, Spuds. In Budapest, Marcel Mahangringer said that he was voting primarily that Hungary will finally be a so-called European country, and so that young people and really everyone will do their fundamental civic duty to unite this nation a bit and break down these boundaries born of hatred. During his 16 years as prime minister, Orban launched harsh crackdowns on minority rights and media freedoms, subverted many of Hungary's institutions, and been accused of siphoning large sums of money into the coffers of his allied business elite, an allegation he denies. More clean coal gasification from the USA to Eastern Europe. Yeah. He also heavily strained Hungary's relation with the EU, although Hungary is one of the smaller EU countries with a population of 9.5 million. Orban has repeatedly used his veto to block decisions that require unanimity. Most recently, he blocked a $104 billion EU loan to Ukraine, prompting his partners to accuse him of hijacking the critical aid. What does it mean to be a European country? What does it even mean? At this point, I don't think it means anything. I really don't think it means anything. Oh, this was for Jay Wills. All right, I forgot to do that for Jay Wills. For the gift of membership. Thank you. It doesn't mean anything because the people in the Europeans don't think it mean anything. They think they want European to be like multicultural. They don't want Europe to be European. I thought I heard something. Be like Poland, keep the sand people out. What's up, Cyber VTech? How you doing? So ashamed of a country named for a people famous for sacking Rome yield to Eurotrash. You ain't kidding. Magyar rapidly rose to become Orban's most serious challenger. A former insider within Orban's Fidesz, Magyar broke with the party in 2024 and quickly formed TISA. Since then, he has turned Hungary relentlessly, holding rallies in settlements big and small, in a campaign blitz that recently had him visiting up to 6 towns daily. Yeah, G. Sargman, Bella, Bella, Bella. Yeah. All of a sudden, he became a dictator like Trump, per the EU state media. Yeah. When I had a corporate job, my motor was, I think you see, says my motto was, if I'm not late, I'm not coming. 2 to 16 minutes late, always was late to leave, and never held to schedule times as my job did not affect others. An interview with Associated Press earlier this month, Magnar said the election will be a referendum on whether Hungary continues to drift towards Russia under Orban or can retake its place among the democratic societies of Europe. TISA was a member of the European People's Party, the mainstream center-right political family with leaders governing 12 of the EU's 27 nations. How is the People's Party? That's like a socialist group. Motto, not motor, autocorrect my enemy. But I think I figured out it was motto. He faced a tough fight. Orban's control of Hungary's public media, which he has transformed into a mouthpiece for his party, and vast swaths of the private media market gave him an advantage in spreading his message. The unilateral transformation of Hungary's electoral system and gerrymandering of its 106 voting districts by Fidesz will also require TISA to gain an estimated 5% more votes than Orban's party to achieve a simple majority. See how they're trying to make the same, be like Vlad and sharpen the lovely polls. That's right, Pesky. Probably all the NGO employees that are showing his political opponents AstroTurf support, allegedly. Yeah. Gifantes, I agree. Additionally, hundreds of thousands of ethnic Hungarians in neighboring countries had the right to vote in Hungarian elections and traditionally have voted overwhelmingly for Orban's party. Oh, wait, so they're against Hungarians being able to vote in Hungarian elections. Wow. Did you know in Virginia, they allow people who's never even lived in Virginia, ever lived in Virginia, to vote in Virginia elections? Russian secret services have plotted to interfere and tip the election in Orban's favor, according to numerous. Oh, so Russia, just like they said with Trump, including by the Washington Post. Yeah, the prime minister, however, accused neighboring Ukraine as well as Hungary's allies in the EU of seeking to interfere in the vote to install a pro-Ukraine government. Yeah, that's what they did. They were fining him $1 million a day. €1 million a day, whatever that is, funky, weird, monopoly-looking money. Let's see. I don't know. I brought this up because I thought maybe there'd be a video here. Orban concedes. This is Van Styles Trump during the Orban speech. Magyar said Orban phoned him to concede. With roughly 53% of the votes counted, projections show Magyar's party on track for a landslide victory to give it a 2/3 parliamentary supermajority. Hungary needs to pull out of EU. Well, that would be fine. Yeah, they do that in Michigan, allowing people to register to vote who've never lived there. Yeah, They do. My administration stands ready to use the full economic might of the United States to strengthen Hungary's economy. We've done so with our great allies in the past. If Prime Minister Orban and the Hungarian people ever need it, we are excited to invest in the future prosperity that will be generated by Orban's continued leadership. It's just Breitbart says, end of an era. Viktor Orban concedes defeat in Hungarian elections to upstart rival Magyar. Magyar. Is that like Magyar Targaryen? Is he going to be like a guy who's accounting didn't need to start at 8 a.m., but I billed all the money and it was done after sale for an airline. I wasn't holding anyone else back. I was late. All right. All right, then we got this story here. Cuba's president talks tough about Trump as nation braces for U.S. attack. If we need to die, we'll die. That's what Cuba says.
Die because us are not fighting, and there will be a struggle, and we'll defend ourselves. And if we need to die, we'll die because, as our national anthem says, dying for the homeland is to live.
What you're saying is very powerful, but are you afraid for yourself, for your family, or are you prepared to, as you say, make the ultimate sacrifice if you are attacked?
I have no fear. I am willing to give my life for the.
Okay, he's willing to give his life. Good to know. Good to know. Good to know. Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel revealed that his island nation is bracing for an attack from the U.S. and declared that he is willing to die resisting President Trump. Oh, cool. Since last year, the U.S. has imposed a blockade around Venezuela as part of its Operation Southern Spirit effort and used that to cut off the oil supplies to Cuba, which has since plunged further into an energy crisis. I don't think there would be any justification for the United States to launch a military aggression against Cuba, for the U.S. to undertake a surgical operation or kidnapping of a president, Canal told Meet the Press. So look at that. Meet the Press is bringing fucking commies on to spew propaganda. What do you know? Look at the picture they put of Trump up there. They try to make him look bad. That's horrible. If that happens, there will be fighting and there will be a struggle and we will defend ourselves. Cuban president, was he elected? No, they don't have elections. The Trump administration has privately signaled Cuba's communist government that Diaz-Canel must go. The first political outside of the Castro family to leave the island nation since the Cuban Revolution has refused to step aside. I have no fear. I'm willing to give my life for the revolution. Okay, cool. Cuba has endured an increase in blackouts in recent weeks and concerns flare as its food supplies are running dangerously low. Experts have noted that many of those issues predate the blockade, but have acknowledged that it's gotten worse since the U.S. cut off crude exports from Cuba. I didn't know they could eat the crude oil. So they don't have food because they don't have oil. That's weird. We have accumulated effects of the blockade, plus the effect of tightening of the blockade, and now the effects are causing this energy blockade. And I can't say this responsibly to you, but it's not the fault of the Cuban government. Oh, yes, it is. It is your fault. You commie fuck. It is your fault. We conduct very self-critical analysis and assessments of our reality. Yes, President Kennedy should have invaded Cuba. Yes, he should have backed the people when they went in, and the Bay of Pigs wouldn't have happened if he wouldn't have pulled back their air support. He called the prospect of cutting a deal with the U.S. very difficult and pointed to the strikes against Iran during negotiations over its nuclear program as evidence that America can't be trusted. The U.S. has demanded Cuba release its political prisoners, allow multi-party elections, and permit a free press. Wow, how do people believe that their national anthem should provide anything of value and fight and risk dying for? I wonder how that would poll at universities in the USA. It's crazy, isn't it, G. Fontes? Isn't that crazy? It's crazy. Cuba could be taken over in a few hours. Yeah, Cuba could be taken over just by the Marines on Guantanamo Bay. All they'd have to do is let the Marines on Gitmo go. Just go ahead, boys. Just open up the gates and say, go get them. And it'd be over in a couple hours. Just that, whatever, one division of Marines or 2 battalions, whatever's there. The Cuban leader denied receiving those demands and emphasized the fundamental reforms to his country government are not under negotiations. Cuba has faced widespread protests and riots due to the growing energy and food crisis, prompting a brutal crackdown from the repressive government. The Girl Scouts could take it. Yes, probably. Yeah, because they'd have cookie. Oops, caps. Don't worry about it. It was probably, yeah, because they could bring their cookies. That's weird. That was a very weird picture. It was a very weird cosmetologist. Yeah, probably. I was a cosmetologist, sterile processor for surgeons, worked for Fago. I was on a line at Ford. I wish I could come in when I wanted. Fago, the soda company? Cuban president, I won't step down, and I'm willing to give my life. We saw that. So, yeah. Those of us with leadership position within the revolution have strong commitment to our revolution and our heroic people. And our responsibility entails a conviction and commitment that we're willing to give our lives for the revolution. Viva la revolution! Okay, cool. And the time comes, I don't think there'll be any justification for the United States to launch military aggression against Cuba. Really? We'll defend ourselves. Okay. Yeah. Do you think, does this clown think that Cuba could stop the U.S. from coming and taking them away if Venezuela couldn't? If Venezuela couldn't stop us from coming in, if Iran can't stop us from coming in, Cuba can't stop us from coming in. I'm not saying we're going in. I just want some cigars. I just want Cuba to be free. I want its people to be free to choose their own destiny. And I want free and fair trade with Cuba. I want to be able to get my cigars. I want to be able to go there and stay at a nice hotel and play some blackjack or baccarat enjoy myself in one of the mob-run hotels there. What military does Cuba have? Well, they have a secret police force. They do have a military, but I think their military. Let's look at them. I think their military is kind of small. Cuba has approximately 50,000 active personnel and around 39,000 reservists, and a significant number of paramilitary forces. So they have about 90,000 paramilitary. So military service is required for all individuals from age 17 to 28. So it's mandatory. Mandatory in Cuba. Mandatory in Cuba. This is a mandatory Cuba. I have no fear. Anyone who says that is either lying or they're a Gurkha. When asked if he would step down, he said, stepping down is not part of our vocabulary. Okay. Cuba is still in a revolution after how many years? Well, that's the thing. The revolution is constantly going. You can never stop the revolution. It has to just keep going. We got this story from Al Jazeera, which I wanted to talk about. It says, Iranian authorities remain defiant, urge supporters to stay in the streets. Taking it to the streets, taking it to the streets. Why is it? Are you guys, is my screen blanking out? Because when I'm switching back and forth, the screen is blanked. Is it doing that for you, or does it? Let me see. All right, I guess it's not. I just checked. Hank's going to sleep. Have a nice night. Thanks, Hank, for being here. So Cuba needs the U.S. to bail them out. It sounds like it. That's what it sounds like. 5x5 here. They can take it to the grave. Yeah. No. Okay, it's good. He says, depends on how long the stream of oil tankers keep coming through the Florida Strait, and if the foreign powers convince anybody on Cuba or can get somebody there to fire a shot at a ship or more. Ooh. If that happens, that would be how Cuba goes bye-bye. They got a lot of trade from South America via Russian influence. Not so much now. Their currency is worthless. Hey, look at that. What do you know? Oh, thank you, Lurch. Thank you, Lurch. I don't see you here in the chat, Lurch, but thank you, Lurch, for the $5. Lurch sent me $5 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Lurch. That means we are now just $54 away from adding a first additional hour to the show. Thank you, Lurch. I don't see your screens having issues. Okay, it's just my computer then. Must be something going on with my computer or something here. Something happening weird here. You rang. Yes. So, Iranian authorities say the United States need to do more if the agreement is to be made to end the war. Oh. U.S. delegation in Islamabad said ultimately failed to gain the trust of Iranian delegations round on negotiations. The fact the Iranian delegation is not accede to Washington's core demands of eliminating nuclear enrichment on Iranian soil and ending Iranian control over the Strait of Hormuz was welcomed by Iranian authorities on Sunday as they projected defiance. We shall see. You think Hungary is still going to be close to Trump? That would be very dumb for them not to be close to Trump. Like, what? I mean, you want to be close to America. But I think there's been a lot of, honestly, my personal belief is there's been a lot of backdoor dealings by people who are not supposed to be involved in these things. People like Obama, people like prominent demon rats, negotiating with people in the EU and saying things to just wait out Trump, do stuff like this, which would make them be violating the Logan Act. So that to me would mean something should happen. Somebody should be punished. Hey, what's up, Eastwood Farms? Great to see you. Thanks for being here. Hold on a second here. Thank you so much, and Lurch Lee. Alrighty. When the delegates were engaged in the talks on Saturday night, members of the Aerospace Division of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard were shown on state television waving flags, supporters in Tehran. So, members of the Aerospace Division, so the people that work for them, were waving flags. You think Hungary calls Trump tomorrow? I do too. State television also said it was Trump, not Tehran, that wished to restore his image through negotiations. It says, high demand, tobacco, sugar, and beautiful beaches are pretty much all Cuba has to drive any economy since they've been independent, so to speak. Yeah, well, I would like their tobacco. Wow. Somebody go live. Something weird happened there. I had a big old drop in viewers there. Wow, that's weird. The Parliament Speaker's deputy said the only thing acceptable to the established supporters who are on the streets is a United Nations Security Council resolution of single surrender for the U.S. and lead to the lifting of sanctions. Oh, yeah. Saying the revolution has an end is about the only sensible policy Lenin had, and is the key difference between him and Trotsky. Yeah. What is this?
To discuss.
All right, never mind. I'm watching that. More escalation ahead. This comes after pro-state voices said they were disheartened by the abrupt announcement overnight and into Wednesday of a 2-week ceasefire and direct negotiations ending the war. Okay, that's old. So, okay. Let's do this one here. Trump threatens China with big problems if they arm Iranian regime with air defense systems. President Trump threatened China with big problems for China. Big trouble for little China if they deliver air defense systems to Tehran while the U.S. is locked in a war with Iran. If China does that, China's going to have big problems, okay? U.S. intelligence sources have said the People's Republic was planning to send shoulder-fired anti-air missiles known as man-pads to Tehran through third parties over the next weeks in an attempt to hide a shady weapons transfer. Big problems in small Chinatown, yes. What's that movie? Big Trouble in Little China. Jack Burton. Called Jack Burton. The munitions use heat-seeking guidance to lock on the aircraft's engine or exhaust and were a major obstacle during the 6 weeks of war, with one nearly taking out an F-18 Super Hornet last week. One took out an F-15. Big trouble for little China. Hey, K. Bean, awesome to see you here tonight. The American F-15 fighter jet shot down by Iran on April 3rd was hit by a handheld shoulder missile, a heat-seeking missile, according to Trump. Jack Burton is legend. Yes, he is. Yeah, he took down David Lopan. China has denied the reports, with its embassy telling the Times of Israel that claims they are planning to arm Tehran with defense weapons are entirely fabricated. As a responsible major country, China has always abided by international law and international obligations and never provides weapons to any party to a conflict. Hey, what's up, Snarf? Good to see you. I don't believe Winnie the Pooh. I don't believe Xi Jinping. I think Xi Jinping is a liar. China firmly rejects the circulation of speculation, misleading, and false information targeting China. Beijing has been accused of aiding the Islamic Republican intelligence during the Iran war, with Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi claiming that the two countries, along with Russia, are engaged in close cooperation. Russia and China are our strategy partners, and we have a close cooperation in the past, which still continues. Which still continues. We got this story. Nikki Haley says Trump should skip the Xi Jinping meeting in China if China continues aiding Iran. What is this? Former U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, Nikki Haley, encouraged President Trump to put more pressure on China to stop supporting Iran. Trump's meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping is scheduled for next month, about 6 weeks after it was originally set for March 31st through April 2nd. The meeting will be held after U.S. intelligence reportedly indicated China is looking to send shipments of weapons to Iran as the Middle East country's conflict with the U.S. continues. Haley said she questions whether this meeting should continue as scheduled and thinks Trump should have changed his national security strategy to make China the number one national threat. It is. It is. He also said Trump has opened access to powerful artificial intelligence chips to China, and Trump has doubled the number of Chinese students that could be in the U.S. I don't like any of that stuff. You look at the labs that have been found in the United States, 2 biolabs by Chinese nationals that have things like HIV and Ebola. All of these things combined with the fact that China has now built up their nuclear warheads to almost 1,000 warheads that they'll have in a few years. We can't take our eyes off China. Nikki porn name. Yeah. Nikki Haley who? Did Barnes seriously say Orban's close ties to Israel cost him? That's what he said. That's what Barnes said. Oh, wait. Oh, I got it. What? Seriously? You're going to do that to me? Oh, well. Okay. I guess that's the end of that story. Lunatic reportedly attacks U.S. warplane with hatchet at Ireland airport, extensively damaging a $75 million craft. Wow. You don't say. So while the Irish are out, have their military and Garda out running around arresting and harassing peaceful protesters, they can't even protect a fucking military airfield. A maniac reportedly attacked a U.S. warplane with a hatchet at a major civilian airport in Ireland Saturday, causing extensive damage at a controversial stopover site for American military. Why is it controversial? He snuck into restricted space at Shannon Airport in County Clare, where the U.S. Air Force's $75 million C-130 Hercules military transport aircraft was parked. The lunatic, in his 40s, but yet to be identified, climbed onto the wing of the plane and started hacking away at the wing and fuselage. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. Look at this. I've been taking care of very elderly parents. Thanks for your consideration. K. Bean, I know I'm so sorry. You've been amazing and you're awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, K. Bean. That is so extremely generous. And I know exactly what you're talking about of taking care of elderly parents. I have the same exact thing going on. It is rough, but we owe it to them, don't we? We really do. They took care of us for so many years and raised us, and we owe it to them. And it's just part of the circle of life and all that stuff. But thank you so much for the fitty. Thank you. With that, that means we are now just $4, folks. Just $4 away. Just $4. Away from adding an extra hour to the show. I mean, that is amazing. Thank you so much. They should have shot the guy before he even got on that plane. Yes. Yes, Hercules. Zorbo is a stud also. I drank myself. What's it say? Drag X60T. I drank myself beyond the chat. Okay, cool. Yes. Thank you so much. Yes, we're all sorry you're going through stressful times. Take care of that. Older parents can be overwhelming. Yes, it is. I've been at this a while. Go on trolling. Okay, cool. Yes, thank you, KB. It's awesome. Drader Sixleys D. What's this say? Dyslexic Raiderd? I don't know. Dan Blackroyd says the next 4 will be deposited directly into your thong, Jim. Oh. Well, my troll ended when cunts couldn't come back. I don't know what that means. You have singles? Oh, I thought you said shingles. The lunatic in his 40s, if yet to be identified, climbed onto the wing of the plane and started hacking away at the wing and fuselage, causing extensive damage. The shocking attack caused the airport to close for under 30 minutes before police from the Garda arrested the man. So it took the police. Oh, dyslexic retard. Get it straight. Oh, sorry. I guess I'm dyslexic. One of the models was shot down over Iran and crashed in Kuwait on April 5th, caused a rescue mission for pilots of the down. During a rescue mission of the pilots for the down F-15. Yes. K-Bean says, I do hate giving chats to YouTube. They take too much off the top. I know what you mean. That's why we have the Cash App, the PayPal, the Super Tips. Oh, look at this. We got $2. The other Gagak says, let's keep Jim away. Thank you so much. And that means we're now just $2 away. Thank you so much. And then G. Sharkman says, curious, did you check all other payment methods? Well, I will right now check all other payment methods. I'm doing it now. I'm checking all other payment methods right now. Nothing. Wait. Nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing there. And nothing there. Nothing leaves, nothing. But thank you so much, though. Lol, I get it. You don't get the common people. I don't know what that means. I am a common person. Dick's Lexit sounds like a great cowboy name. It is. It's a great name. Homework. Lady Obama says, I took care of my dad. My husband helped with my dad, too. I married a good one. Snap nothing. I don't know what that means. Both us retards are just retards, right? I guess so. U.S. military aircraft have used the airport as a refueling and transit stopover since the Iraq War, a practice that has long infuriated Irish anti-war activists who argues it violates Ireland's constitutional neutrality. Oh. I guess that's the end of that story. This is from Fox. Man climbs on a U.S. military aircraft in Ireland and attacks it with a hatchet. Report. No. So, same report. Video is circulating online of the man. There's the plane. I would hope that. Okay. All right. Then we got this. Oh snap! Someone with constitutional awareness. Hatchet. What were we thinking? I don't know. Today I told my mom she's too old to be weed eating the yard. She said, "Don't take this away from me." Thank you, Lurchlanger. Thank you for the 5 on Cash App. Thank you so much. Iran's guards will view military vessels approaching the strait as a ceasefire breach. Okay. I'm your Huckleberry. Iran's Revolutionary Guard said on Sunday that any military vessels attempting to approach the Strait of Hormuz will be considered a violation of the 2-week ceasefire. And they will be dealt with harshly and decisively. What did they do exactly? What did they do exactly? A strait's under control and smart management of Iran's Navy, the Guard said in a statement. Is it really? It didn't seem like it. Didn't seem like it because we sent our ships through and they didn't do a damn thing about it. They didn't do a damn thing about it. Iran warns of severe force amid Trump's blockade move of the Strait of Hormuz. So the IRGC warned that any foreign military vessels would be treated as a violation of ceasefire. They're going to violate them. They're going to be met with severe force. The Guard also asserted operational dominance over the waterways, stating all traffic is under the full control of our armed forces. Iran's naval command insisted the critical oil route remains open for non-military vessels under its supervision. Under its supervision. Wonder how that's going to work. Contrary to the false claims of certain enemy officials, the strait is open for a passage of non-military vessels. Okay. We'll see. Officials reiterate the strait's under Iran's smart management. No, it's not. The warning comes after Trump announced a sweeping naval blockade for the strait following the collapse of nuclear talks. Effective immediately, the United States will begin the process of blockading any and all ships trying to enter or leave. He added a stark military warning. Any Iranian who fires at us or at peaceful vessels will be blown to hell. Trump described Iran's actions as straight world extortion, accusing Tehran of attempting to charge tolls and intimidate global shipping. Trump said the blockade was triggered by Iran's failure to uphold the ceasefire. Iran promised to open the strait, and they better begin the process of getting international waterway open fast. The U.S. also accused Iran of laying naval mines and creating uncertainty. So what, are you denying that are you denying that they laid mines? Because they said they laid mines. The U.S. military said 2 Navy destroyers already transited the strait. We saw them. They did, including efforts to neutralize threats such as mines and drones. However, Iran disputed these claims, underscoring conflicting narratives. IRGC earlier warned adversaries could be trapped in a deadly vortex if they challenged Iran's control of the waterway. Okay, let's see. This is from Forbes. Iran warns military ships violate the ceasefire. Okay, what did they do? Did I get led here with prerequisites? I don't know what you mean. I don't understand. Dyslexic retard. I don't know what you mean. No matter the spirits I drank, shills will be exposed. I don't know what that means. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Navy warned that any military ships approaching the strait will violate the ceasefire. Okay. Well, our ships went there and nothing happened. So what's the strong response? Was it in their mind? I mean, that's what I would have to say about that. That's all I got to say about that. All right, and we got this, which is I thought was some good news. Republicans indicate that bipartisan amnesty bill dead on arrival. Dead on arrival. This chat is the best. Well, thank you, K-Bean. In a wake of President Trump's historic pledge to carry out a mass deportation program, he didn't say just the most dangerous. He didn't say just the murderers. He didn't say just the super violent. He said all illegal aliens must go. I voted for all. I voted for all. All must go. Oh, okay. Thank you so much. He says, dig it. The response of what has been exposed thus far. Carry on. Okay. I had trouble keeping her out of flower garden, hand weeding in midday summer. She's very stubborn. Yeah. You voted for all too. That's right. Right. Dead on arrival. That's right. A coalition of Republicans are promoting a bill to grant widespread amnesty to millions, tens of millions of illegal aliens, prompting a fierce backlash from fellow conservative Republicans and the GOP base. Salazar needs to go. The Dignidad Act. They called it the Dignity for Immigrants. Well, the Dignidad Act, Spanish for dignity. Last month, Salazar and her cohorts launched the Dignity Act. I want to know who's paying for this. Somebody is paying for this because all of they've got vehicles with banners on it saying the shit. Where is the money coming from? Salazar renewed interest in updating the legislation. She's been trying to get this passed for years. The legislation starts by introducing border security provisions, including the construction of barriers at the southern border, but quickly moves on to establish mass amnesty for illegal immigrants. Bogono shills will be exposed. Who's Bogono? You talking about Dan Bongino? This is the first time she filed this bill. This one is more crazy. This isn't the first time. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. She's done this many times. She just keeps trying to tweak it because this is what she wants. This is who's paying her. She's being paid by somebody. Probably some coalition of immigrant fraudsters. Yep. And instructs the Homeland Security Secretary and Attorney General to adjust the status of an alien lawfully admitted for permanent residence, an alien who's inadmissible or deportable. Oh, they want them to just change it. Yeah, no, we're not going to do that. If an alien is continuously present, so if they've broken the law for long enough, and stolen things and, been hiding and living under the radar, then they just get to stay. So not getting caught makes them get away free. So, the legislation provides immediate work authorization. Oh, what do you know? So just that more competition for our jobs. They're going to take our jobs. Allows illegal aliens who obtain green cards to apply for U.S. citizenship. Oh, what do you know? And introduces a criminal waiver. Oh, of course, a criminal waiver. Yeah. No, not criminals, but you got a waiver for criminals. Well, yeah, because we got to have a waiver for criminals because how else are we going to make the people stay? Because they're all fucking criminals. They are all criminals. So to waive the grounds of inadmissibility for humanitarian purpose, for family uni, or because of waivers and otherwise public interest. So if they have family here, just waive it. They have family here. Just let them stay. Doesn't matter. That's what she wants. Strangely enough, I could not disagree with her about anything. Very strong-minded. Oh, you're talking about your mom? Are y'all behaving, hamburger helper? Uh-oh. What do you guys know? People, check this out.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Thank you so much, Terry, with that $2. That means we are met the goal for one additional hour, and right now we are $100 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. What do you know? That is awesome. Thank you so much, Terry. Oh, and then we got this. Deke Ed comes in with way late text. Thank you, Deke Ed. Wow, with that $7.89, I'm going to say that makes us now just $92 away. I'm going to round that up. Now we're just $92 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Thank you so much, Deke. Fraudsters who bilked Somalia of $12 million just escaped the country because judge put no travel restrictions on them. Yes. Can you believe that? The judge said, well, give me $50,000. The guy stole $11 million. And the judge goes, give me $50,000 bond and give me your passport, or give me $150,000 bond and you can have your passport. Did we get the hour? Yes, we got the hour. And we're working on a second hour. Don't you talk about my DiGiorno. Is it delivery or is it DiGiorno? Is it delivery or is it DiGiorno? Illegal immigrants who commit most violent crimes or are determined a national security threat are ineligible for the waiver. But crimes including domestic violence, traffic violations are eligible to be waived under the bill. These provisions will be available to an estimated 2 to 3 million illegal immigrants. That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. No way. You serious about Minnesota? I'm 100% serious about Minnesota. A judge let the guy that stole $11 million, gave him bond, and the guy fled to Somalia. It was probably on purpose because the guy probably was going to implicate politicians. That's probably what happened. Was probably going to implicate politicians. The Dignidad Act also established what authors call the Dignity Program, which allows anywhere from 10 to 12 million illegal aliens currently in the U.S. to renewable 7-year work authorization. See, these numbers are way... Yeah, domestic violence isn't violence to them. Yeah. With the ability to Uber Eats DiGiorno, it's both. Ooh, that's right. You can get them to pick it up from you from the store, so it's delivery and DiGiorno. The program would also provide deferred actions for those eligible, effectively halting deportations. An alien who appears to be prima facie eligible for status during the 24-month period following the date of enactment may not be removed or fined based on their immigration status. So this is just blanket amnesty. It's dignifag. Yeah, you're right. Dignifag. It definitely is. The prima facie eligibility effectively halts deportations for all illegal aliens who apply for the Dignity Program. It's just blanket amnesty. Just stop. They just want you to no more deportations. Don't stop. No more. Fuck that. They all got to go. Other provisions of the bill reduce visa caps, create expanded humanitarian parole, and all this types of other stuff. One provision even establishes student loan forgiveness for law school graduates who completed no less than 4 years of full-time employment as an attorney providing legal services for illegal aliens. That's right. So if you're going to be a lawyer for illegal aliens, we pay for your law school. What? Yeah, they slipped the part of no deportations into the bill. Yeah, they did. They slipped it right in there and say like, oh, no, it's not this. Oh, yeah. The provision orders the federal government to use taxpayer dollars to forgive 75% of eligible student loan obligation of a borrower. So our tax dollars are going to pay for someone to be a fucking lawyer for illegal aliens. Can you believe it? Have you heard about this? It's crazy. Yet another provision actually allows for illegal immigrants already deported to apply for and receive authorization to return and participate in the Dignity Program. In other words, illegal aliens that the first Trump administration managed to deport will be invited back and offered a chance to achieve legal permanent residence in most cases. George Fishman, a senior legal fellow at the Center for Immigration Studies and former Deputy General Counsel of the Department of Homeland Security, explained that the Dignidad Act would grant first-tier amnesty to as many as 3 million illegal immigrants and second-tier amnesty to as many as 12. I would say those numbers have to be multiplied by 5. 15 million would get first-tier amnesty, and 50 million would get second-tier. And will increase immigration levels by 55% over the next decade. This is not what the American people were hoping for in electing Donald Trump. So this guy, a CRA resident fellow, a former immigration judge and lawyer, responsible for drafting federal immigration legislation, referred to it as rage bait. This bill was designed to go nowhere, but its filing shows a failure to read the room of voters who brought Trump back to the White House in November 2024. The first clue that H.R. 4993 wasn't written to pass lies in its name. Respectfully naming your bill the Dignidad Act and then providing subtitles in the press 1 for English of legislative drafting. He added, noting that foreigners who seek permanent residence in the U.S. have an obligation to respect and assimilate into American culture, including the use of American English. Relying on his own experience working with the federal legislatures, Arthur pointed out that the Dignidad Act has been referred to 7 different House committees. If the primary sponsor is on a committee with clear justification over an issue and has a good relationship with the chair or other members, the smart play is to write the bill in such a way that it's referred to only that committee and no other. Otherwise, it will usually be sent to more than one committee for serial consideration and markup, and if any of the chairs of those committees refuse to even consider the bill, it will stall and die. Never wished I was an alien more than criticizing U.S. politics. It's super low IQ. Unless legislation is a clear response to an imminent and existential threat to the Republic, more than 3 referrals generally always spells failure. Simply put, the Dignidad Act wasn't written to pass. It's a messaging bill intended to make a point. There are admittedly good faith arguments for why some aliens who came illegally or overstayed their periods of non-immigrant admission should be allowed to remain. But most amnesties have failed or worse, simply encouraged more illegal aliens. Because would-be illegal aliens don't read the fine print, and smugglers have worse ethics and better sales pitches than telephone extended warranty peddlers. Consequently, selling an amnesty is a heavy lift even with the savviest of politicos, and the Dignidad Act has more poison pills than Dr. Kevorkian's pharmacopoeia. Arthur observed that the Dignidad Act not only grants explicit amnesty for millions, but also contains amnesties in the amnesties. Provisions establishing prima facie eligibility for illegal immigrants applying for the act. Government databases aren't the best or most up-to-date, and the provision would create a logistical nightmare for ICE officers trying to determine whether to investigate, let alone arrest, an alien with a final removal order. This is super destructive. Yes, it is. Good evening, Jimites, pronounced Jimmyites. It's the Jimsomniacs. He added, moreover, why would ICE bother arresting any aliens given that they will immediately turn around and seek amnesty? The INA explicitly bars Article 3 courts from reviewing most administrative immigration court decisions, while federal district courts and their appellate divisions all the way up to the Supreme Court have established and governed by Article 3, which created the federal judiciary system. The Dignidad Act, however, attempts to skirt this provision by allowing for judicial review of denials starting at the federal district court level and going up from there. Understand this. The INA, Congress' intention, cut district court judges out of reviews because those courts were where immigration cases went to die. Additionally, there are fewer than 700 federal district court judges on the bench right now, and if you were to add the hundreds of thousands of amnesty reviews at a minimum, the bill would create on their dockets, you'd grind every federal case to a halt. Yep. I am so glad Trump closed the border too. Hey, Mama Pillow, how's it going? Why don't we just support all the illegal? See, easy solution. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Hey, Leslie, what's up? This is crazy, and I'm a crazy early riser. Well, thank you. Yes, this is insane. If the Dignidad Act were to pass, I'd beg DHS to rubber stamp every amnesty application to save the massive litigation costs and prevent judicial branch calamity. Nothing about this bill suggests a serious effort. In fact, it is to lawmaking what graffiti is to art, a near meta effort to call the very concept of legislating into question. The only goal of the Dignidad Act achieves, he suggested, is reminding the public why amnesty is a bad idea. It's unfair to those who have followed the costly and laborious process of coming legally. It's a giveaway bordering on pandering to special interests. It's complicated and thus easily exploited. It is a veritable lawyer's relief act, and it would throw law enforcement into chaos. The legislation has drawn the ire of numerous Republicans and immigration hardliners, allowing many to articulate the dangers of amnesty and reiterate the necessity of stringent immigration enforcement and reform. Simply put, the Dignidad Act would be Swiftian-level satire if the sponsor's intent was to rage bait the right into demanding more ICE arrests and deportations and an even tighter border. That plainly wasn't the sponsor's goal, but regardless, it's the reason why so many on the right are right now discussing a bill that was built to fail. No amnesty. One of the Dignidad Act's co-sponsor, Rep. Mike Lawler, took to the airwaves this week to promote the legislation. The bill, he said, has broad bipartisan support, noting the Republicans and Democrats who have signed on as co-sponsors in recent months. I think the folks do recognize that we have a problem. It was weird. I just heard a very weird noise. What was that noise I just heard? That was weird. That was very weird. If you've been here more than 5 years, so not the people who came under Joe Biden, but the people who have been in the country 5, 10, 20 years, children and grandchildren, may in fact be American citizens. I don't say they're American citizens. If you came here illegally and you're here illegally and you have kids, those kids are not citizens. They're not. Pay a fine. Get a job. Oh, yeah. They would qualify for legal status, not citizenship. That's for the next people. Hey, Right On Gal, what's up? Hola, peeps. Hey, Jim. Hi, sweet Bella. Great to see you, Right On Gal. Thanks for being here. When was the smelly war with us? You talking about like Black Hawk Down? When that happened, it was 95. 95 or 96. Black Hawk Down. We got a Black Hawk Down. We got a Black Hawk Down. But roughly 3 million who would be classified as dreamers would easily be able to attain U.S. citizenship. The Dignidad Act, Congress said, would get people out of the shadows. That's always what they say. Somalia could have gone to the Republic, South Africa, Republic of Congo. Yeah, it would be good. Hey, what's up, Just On, Soulish Ginger? Awesome seeing you here. Hold on 1 second. I got to grab another drink. Just 1 second. Just 1 second. Wow. October 3rd, 93 was Mogadishu. I thought it was later than that. For some reason, I thought it was later. No, man, South Africa has enough problems. It's a Watching the Watchers reunion. All the cool kids are here. I thought it was later than that, man. Wow. Somalia was 93. Wow. I thought it was later than that. So it was basically 1 year. So it's basically 1 year into Clinton's term. Wow. Wow. JDSG. Let's go. Yo. So no amnesty light, no path to citizenship, no dignity act. It's a red line, said Rep. Brandon Gill of Texas, noting the legislation would grant amnesty to over 10 million illegal aliens. 10 millions. I get it now. JDSG is just Dawn Soulless Ginger. It's a rank amnesty, and everybody knows it. I want dignity for Americans, the people whose interests we represent, not illegal aliens. In 1983, South Africa was still a functioning country. It's a mess now. Yeah. That means doing what we said we were going to do, mass deportations. The Dignidad Amnesty Bill is two massive middle fingers to the voters who gave President Trump a popular victory and handed Republicans a trifecta, all on a platform of mass deportations. Amnesty does not fix a broken system, said Rep. Chip Roy. It rewards the very law-breaking that caused it. We should be restoring the rule of law and pausing immigration, not incentivizing more illegal behavior. The so-called Dignity Act is not about dignity. It's about eroding accountability. He continued, it rewards illegal immigration with sweeping amnesty for millions of lawbreakers while pushing aside the basic duty to put Americans first. A nation that won't enforce its own laws isn't compassionate. It's neglecting its responsibility to its own citizens. Roy and other members of the House Freedom Caucus have vowed to oppose the legislation in Congress. Roy charged that the bill belongs in the trash bin of failed ideas. Rep. Mike Collins shared a video compilation depicting Americans who've been murdered by illegal immigrants with the caption, "They deserve dignity." He added, stop rewarding illegal aliens who reject our culture, values, and laws with citizenship. If dignity matters so much, give some to the American people who elites have ripped off for decades. The Dignity Act is just amnesty. Throw it in the garbage. Other Republicans have signaled their opposition include Reps. Lauren Boebert, Eric Burleson, Mark Harris, Keith Self, Tom Tiffany, Mike Lee from Utah, and Eric Schmidt of Missouri. A number of conservative activists and organizations have also called for the Dignidad Act to be halted. Perhaps some on the right missed the memo. The mandate was for mass deportations, not mass amnesty. The Heritage Foundation posted on social media, the only pathway we need for illegal aliens is a pathway back to where they came from. Conservative commentator and documentary filmmaker Matt Walsh said the Dignidad Act is even worse than you think. If this bill became law, it would destroy the country. It would be the most disastrous piece of legislation in decades. Every Republican who supported it should be run out of town. Recent polling published by the Immigration Accountability Project found that nearly 60% of likely voters would oppose amnesty and still support the deportation of all illegal immigrants currently in the U.S. All. 60% of the public says all. That means all. That means all. That means all. Republican voters would be encouraged to vote in November's crucial midterm elections by an increase in immigration enforcement and discouraged from voting by a failure to follow through on the mass deportation program promised by Trump in 2024. A Signal survey from late January also concluded that 61% of voters support the deportation of all illegal immigrants. 73% consider entering the U.S. illegally to be a criminal act. It is a crime. 54% support the conduct of ICE in arresting and deporting illegal immigrants. Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. We were in Somalia not to feed starving people or spread democracy. We needed their rare earth minerals. I always wondered why we chose Somalia of all places, because there was a lot more people. KB, thank you so much for the 5. There was a lot of other places in Africa where a lot more people were dying than Somalia. A lot more people were dying other places than Smelia. So with that, the generous donation from KB, that means we are now just $87 away from a second additional hour to the show. Their numbers are so wrong. Look at Reagan Mass. Use their numbers times 3. That's what I say. If they were trying to solve hunger, it would be very different. Yeah. Let's just say KPT says PayPal. Maybe a rally will start. Okay. Oh, look at that. KPT, $7 on PayPal. Thank you so much, KPT. Thank you so much. KPT says $7 on PayPal is $10 on Google, $14.50 on Apple device. You super chats. Do you think Gates and Google need more of your money? No. Thank you so much, KPT. Thank you so much, KPT. With that, that means we are now just $80 away, folks. Just $80 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. I mean, right now, we're closing in. Let's break the 3rd century mark on likes. Do it for Bella. Yes, the century mark. Venezuela, Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, Iran. Could someone please repeat what we're called again? Jim Somniacs. Ingeniacs? Jim Somniacs, Greenland. Time flies. Yes, it does, Pesky Citizen. Time does fly when we're having fun. And you know why Ilhan Omar is in America? That's right. We're now 80 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Jim Somniacs. Jim Somniacs. Yes, we got 10 minutes left on the current goal. And then I'll add another hour to the goal. We got this story out of Kuwait. It says Kuwait says they arrested 24 people for financing terrorism. Kuwait says they arrested 24 people for financing terrorism. Jim Somniacs. Kuwait has arrested 24 people as part of an investigation into the financing of terrorist entities, authorities said on Saturday. Kuwait Interior Minister said it thwarted a plot targeting the undermining of the homeland security and financing of terrorist entities. The state security agency suggested it apprehended 24 citizens, one of whom had his citizenship revoked, in possession of financial sums linked to illicit activities. The ministry said financing was part of an organized activity involving collection of funds under religious pretext in preparation for their transfer in accordance with instructions from outside the country. So they're actually really, hey, look at this. Jonathan Marcos. Thank you so much for the 10 on Cash App, Jonathan Marcos. Thank you so much for the 10 on Cash App. Rally. That means we are now just 70 away, folks. Just 70 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Thank you all so much. So very generous. I'm trying to educate everyone to stop doing super chats because Google takes 30% of super chats. And if you're on an Apple device, they will take 30% before Google gets a cut. That's right. Not Jim Somniac, but working nights here. Well, Dusky Dawn, Jimmy Hats, don't fight me. No, you're cool, buddy. You're good, Deke. I got you. That's right. $7 to PayPal is 10 to Jim is $10 on Google. It's 14.5 on an Apple device. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy how much they take. It's crazy. It's insane how much they take. They take so much. They give nothing back. That's what they do. That's how they do. That's how they do. Thank you so much, KPT. You are the best around. No one ever gonna take you down. You're the best around. Saudi Arabia German's Iraq ambassador over drone threats. What? Agalaga, Durka, Muhammad Jihad. We got this story, which I thought was interesting. It said, did the CIA use covert tech to find the lost airmen? Look at this. Heartbeats. The CIA and the U.S. military have employed a secret, never-before-used technology to rescue the second airmen stranded behind Iranian lines. On April 3rd, Iran shot down the F-15 during Operation Epic Fury, triggering a dramatic search and rescue. The pilot was found and rescued in broad daylight, but finding the weapons system officer proved far more difficult. For nearly 48 hours, a seriously wounded American colonel evaded capture by scaling a ridge and hiding inside a mountain crevice as Iranian forces worked to close in on his position. President Trump later described, "Are you fucking serious? Are you serious? You're seriously gonna do this to me? You're not gonna let me read the fucking story?" Gifted members being a better investment. No, it's still the same thing. If your gift membership's on YouTube, YouTube still takes 30% of the gifted membership. And Jim's my parasocial non-anything date for Friday. I'm always here. Always here for you, K-Bean. Always here for you, Chief. KPT says, prioritize PayPal and Cash App's donos, and maybe people will start to use them. The super chats are on the screen instantly and get top priority. I have no need to give Gates a penny, or Mega has enough. Yeah, I understand. Meta has enough, yeah. First a discombobulator, now this. Yeah, but I don't know. I can't. I guess I'm going to have to go to a different story, because Daily Wire is putting, YouTube takes 30% off of everything. Yeah, and if you use an Apple device, they take 30% too. Bull, never used before, never previously publicly disclosed. Yeah. So CIA reportedly used Pegasus software for deception app. They used the Pegasus software to carry out deception campaign in Iran. The spyware, widely used by the CIA, is mostly known as a means of hacking into devices in order to eavesdrop on communications. But it also allows operators to send fake WhatsApp or Signal messages that appear to come from the user of the phone that was hacked. Yeah, create an account. No, I'm not creating an account. According to the Times report on Friday, the American spy agency used Pegasus to send messages to the Iranian leadership. That really pisses me off that they do this shit. Wait, what happened? Officials have publicly spoken about the subterfuge efforts, but none has made explicit reference to the Pegasus software. I loathe YouTube. I think this heartbeat thing is a psyop. It could be. Daily Wire is a son of a bitch. Yeah, they are. Pegasus, made by an Israeli-founded NSO company, has come under controversy for reported use by Saudi Arabia, India, and Poland's previous white ring governments, among others, to clamp down on dissent. Michael says there's a rumor that the mission to save the airmen was really a failed attempt to get the uranium out. I don't believe that. I mean, that's mucho grande pito, Chifantes. But the person that receives the gift membership might keep the membership. That's how we do business on our sports channel. Yeah, that can happen. That can happen. Could our cough RFID not heartbeat cough? Oh, okay. My laptop is giving me spinning wheel of death, yet my phone is still sending Jim's stream in current time. I don't understand it. There's been a lot of issues. We have been under a very serious hacking attacks. The U.S. different infrastructure stuff from Iran and different places. So Zuckerberg teaming up with Israel. I'm shocked. Yeah. The Times also found a report that the U.S. possesses unique technology to detect an individual's heartbeat from dozens of miles away, and that it was through this so-called ghost murmur system that the forces first identified the airmen. Instead of super chats, it's gift memberships. Yeah, gifted memberships. Gifted memberships are cool and everything. I like gifted memberships, but I just want people to know that YouTube takes a percentage of those too, the money. The technology, which would appear to surpass anything publicly known, given that a heartbeat is too faint for known technology to detect from even a mere dozens of yards away, was first reported by the New York Post. But YouTube does have a good platform. PayPal's better 100% if you want to support Jim. Yes, PayPal, like right now, I try to go back and forth, and I'll go like now it's PayPal's up there. On there, I go back and forth. There's a QR code on the screen, and they're linked in the chat for PayPal and Cash App. Pegasus 2 is, well, if I told you, I'd have to delete you. That's what my uncle told me. Okay, that's awesome. I don't want that to happen to you. You're my buddy. You're my pal. I'm an hour behind. Are we still short the bonus hour? We got one bonus hour, Deke. But we're working on a second bonus hour. YouTube takes 30% and let money go through their site. That's right. So right now we are working on a second bonus hour, and we are currently $70 away from a second bonus hour. Right now we have an hour left to go of the show. Oh no, our centrifuges will fail. It could be. They've been targeting all our stuff, all our Allen Bradley devices, different like that, different controllers. When the American tabloid asked the president about the reported technology, he said it was very important and nobody ever knows what it is. Nobody even knows what it is. Nobody ever heard of it before. We have many other things that nobody's ever heard about. YouTube is thieves. Yes, they are. So's Apple. YouTube and Apple are thieves. They steal everything. Last week, CIA Director Ratcliffe said the U.S. deployed both human assets and exquisite technologies that no other intelligence service in the world possess to a daunting challenge comparable to hunting for a single grain of sand in the Middle East desert. New York Times reported last week that Israel had worked with the U.S. to gather intelligence to determine if the airman was alone and had been carrying out strikes along with the U.S. to provide cover for the American commandos during the rescue operations. Tech 30 years ahead. Yeah. The rescue last weekend was the first time the U.S. had lost aircraft in Iranian territory during the war, which began on February 28th. And it was weird because these losses of these aircraft happened exactly 6 days after 10 cargo planes from China landed in Iran. Just saying. 2-week ceasefire agreement was reached between the U.S. and Iran last week. We saw that. Okay. So that's that story. All right. All right, now we got this story. Eric Swalwell ends campaign for California governor after sexual misconduct allegations. Eric Swalwell said Sunday he would withdraw from the California's governor's race in the wake of the allegations of sexual misconduct that led to a nearly immediate campaign collapse. Staffers quit. Prominent Demon Rat supporters urged him to drop out. 100% Jim told me about Apple. Yeah, Apple. Yeah, Apple is, if you use an Apple device to donate, Apple takes a cut. They don't through PayPal because PayPal is a completely separate app that you pay with PayPal. PayPal's their own payment system, separate from YouTube or separate from Apple. So Abe Limpet is wired correctly, going strong. Go Army. Bremerton shipyards couldn't find any. He will remain in Congress. I'm sure he will. I don't believe the allegations against him, but I'm enjoying the popcorn. They are really pushing Katie Porter. See if farts well, swallows well. Yeah. Katie Porter is the one who came up with these things. She's very high. She's very closely connected to the woman who broke the story. So, and Katie Porter is a fucking whack job. Katie Porter is a wackadoozly. Wackadoozly-do. Know what I'm saying? I'm suspending my campaign, he posted on X, but that's my fight, not campaigns. I'll fight these allegations. Katie Porter is a loon. Yes, she is. Swalwell was considered a top contender in the wide open field with several prominent Demon Rats and 2 Republicans ahead of the state's June 2nd nonpartisan primary. But on Friday, his campaign was roiled when CNN and the San Francisco Chronicle published reports in which women accused Swalwell of sexual misconduct. There are demon rats who want him to resign from Congress, but they also want the Republican guy from Texas to resign. Well, here's the thing. Yeah, Katie, first degree mashed potatoes Perry. Yeah. She's the one who dumped a boiling water, like boiled potatoes or hot mashed potatoes on her husband's head or something like that. Yeah, crazy lady. California deserves Katie Porter. Well, I hope California wakes up and votes for a Republican. Key allies, including campaign chair Rep. Jimmy Gonzalez and Senators Ruben Gallego and Adam Schiff pulled their support almost immediately. Oh, look at this. Deke Ed goes, are we still short for the hour? No, we got one. Deke, we're good. Thank you so much. But this is going towards the second hour. So that's why now we are just $65 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. I will adjust the goal. At least YouTube provides a platform that's 30%. Apple's only processing a money transactions. They should be taking less than 3%. Apple takes 30% is robbery. Yes, it is. PPD has been fantasizing about KB Porter. Wow, that's crazy. Super whack job. Yes, she is. Evening, absent-minded. How you doing? Let me go in here now and correct the goal. We'll do this real quick. We're going to start the new goal for another hour. All right, new goal for another hour. All right. 20 super chats, $5 for 1 hour. And right now we are $65 away. Just $65 away from adding a second additional hour. That's crazy. Thank you all so much. So generous. So generous. $65 from a second added hour. That's right. We got 1 hour. We got an hour to go on the goal. If we get 65 more, we add another hour. Honestly, I'd take Cuck Swalwell over Porter. LaMonica and MacGyver and that Shalaris chick from Florida need to resign also. Yes. Jonathan Marcos sent a cash app. I did get it, Jonathan Marcos. You set to 10. I did get it. I got it. Thank you so much. I took it off already. Yeah, I took it off already. I gave you a heart back. I'd love to see the sheriff win in California. That would have been nice. Yeah. A governor's race that was already drawing national attention was further thrown into flux. Among the top demon rats left are billionaire Tom Steyer, former Rep. Katie Porter, former Health and Human Services Secretary Xavier Becerra, and former Los Angeles Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa, Chad Bianco, and Steve Hilton. K. Bean says, check your PayPal. Okay. Oh, whoa. Wow.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Wow, thank you, K. Bean, for the $70 on PayPal. With that $70, that means we are now $95 away from adding a third additional hour to the show. Wow. 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 Thank you. I think I'm going to correct the goal. I think, you know what I'm going to do? Because of that, I'm going to go into the YouTube right now, and I'm going to fix this. Because we got 57 minutes. I'm going to leave this, all right? I'm going to remove this goal, all right? I'm going to restart it for 2 hours. That way it's up there for 2 hours because we got 2 hours to go, all right? 20 super chats. And we are 95 away from adding a third additional hour to the show. That's what I'm going to do right there. Bam. All right. Thank you so much. And then look at this. Phil Coggins comes in with a 5 and says, you ought to play that video of Katie Porter going psycho on her aide, walking in the video behind her. I've seen the video. I don't know. Thank you so much. I don't know where it is. I don't know where it is. It's been so long. And with that, we are now just 90 away from adding a third additional hour to the show. I'm sorry. Wow. Thank you so much. Yes. Thanks, K Bean. This is so much better than being on a date. Well, I don't know about that. I mean, Larry with Larry O'Connor calls bride dumb's brain mashed taters brains with a side of patted meat. What are you doing with that lawnmower blade? Yep, mashed potatoes. Fried taters. With the mustard sauce. Yep. And Deke with the member rally. Thank you so much, Deke. Wow, let's see who got that there. We got Deke with the... K Bean received a gift membership from Deke. K Bean received a gifted membership from Deke. That's awesome. Thank you so much. And with that, that means now we are just $84 away, $84 away from adding a third additional hour to the show. Thank you all so much. So generous. You are great. Thank you so much. Thank you for keeping Jim up all night. It's unclear whether Swalwell will remain in the U.S. House until his term expires. Yes, woohoo, thank you, KB. We should not tolerate this behavior, Virginia Rep. Eugene Vindman told CNN. Eric Swalwell needs to go. Oh my God, that's insane, right? That's insane. That is insane that they're already throwing him under the bus like that. What do we got there? We got someone sent a link to me. Let's see what this is. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. You found the video? Okay. You got it to me? Check your Twitter. I got it. I got it right now. I did that. You did that. Bella has a long tail. Let me see. All right. We'll do this. I'll do this real quick. We got time. We got times.
So I'm on the oversight committee, you might know, and that is where we did a study recently this fall in September. And what it showed is if we don't electrify our transportation sector, that we're going to lose more than 500,000 Californians dying prematurely to air pollution and other problems. And the state could lose get out of my fucking shot.
I wanted to tell you that that's actually incorrect. It's not that it's electric vehicles. It's that if we don't make the commitments under the Paris Climate Accord.
Okay, it does. Okay, you also were in my shot before that. Stay out of my shot. Okay, I'm going to start again with electric vehicles saving us money. Perfect. Okay.
She's a nut job. She's a wackaloo. She's a wackaloo. Wow. And so, yeah, Eric Swalwell drops bid for California governor after sexual misconduct allegations. Eric Swalwell drops out of governor's race. What do you know? What do you know? Wow. Uh-oh. I just screwed up. My bad. I got something to do here. Hold on. This will take me a second. All right. We got our special game to play tonight. As soon as I can get it fixed, if I figure it out here. I screwed up. My bad. And we're going to play our game, which is called Illegal Alien Crime Roundup. That's right. Can you say supreme bitch? I thought you could. That's right. Hey, Subdivision, what's up? Thank you so much for the raid last night. Kudos and thanks. No problem, Chris. Always great to send some people over. I hope some of them stuck around and maybe made some requests to listen to your dulcet tones from your wonderful singing voice. No Dem said Swalwell should resign. Just a bunch of hacks. I think Eugene Vindman said he should resign from Congress, if I'm not mistaken. The Ukrainian traitor dude. Yeah. The more you chat, the better your chances. Yeah. What a Cupid stunt. Yes, she is. Ooh, hot potatoes. Yes. You think Porter could be the next Supreme Leader? Well, we could hope so. So here we go. It's been 3 weeks since the last roundup, folks. Here's a roundup of the 25 cases that's come to light. He's going to post the links and the replies. Tulsa, Oklahoma, man and detainer arrested for the murder of his wife. Durham County, North Carolina, man and detainer arrested for a fatal shooting. Lee County, Florida, illegal alien arrested for a fatal hammer attack. Hammer time. Orange County, Florida, illegal alien arrested for murder of his wife, illegal alien arrested for attempted murder, illegal alien arrested for teens murder, random stabbing death. I mean, look at this. I'm just going to go like, look at this. Death, murder, murder, hit and run, death, shooting death, DUI accident. I mean, arson. I mean, this is what's going on, folks. This is what's going on. So here we go. Tulsa, Oklahoma, man and detainer arrested for the murder of his wife. All right. You guys ready for this? You guys ready for Bisque?
Police say Willie Escobar admitted to killing Carla Gramajo Cabrera inside their home Wednesday after an argument. Escobar told detectives he then placed Carla's body in a car and then drove around before dumping her body near 76th Street North and Pittsburgh Avenue. They say Carla's family reported her missing and found a history of domestic violence and suspicious behavior. After a search, officers located her remains just off the road, hidden under a mattress. Escobar was booked into the Tulsa County Jail. Police say Willie
Let's see here. Should we look and see if there's any more information on him? Should we see? Let me look and see real quick. Is there any more information on him? Willie Escobar is said to have confessed to killing his wife. It's a family of the 33-year-old. Reports are missing. Special thanks to a fugitive. Victim found in this area. Another preventable death of an innocent American. Now let's see. Number 2, Durham County, North Carolina. Man on detainer arrested for fatal shooting. They don't say. Personally, I don't think we should deport those who murder Americans. I think they should be executed. Yes, I agree. Hey, Griper73 says, wow, my city's number 1. Well, you know, you're the best around. No one's ever gonna take you down. You're the best around. California let 2 top candidates to run for governor, regardless of party, would swallow out that will hurt the Republicans. Yes, it will. Raven says New York is also compromised. Yes, they're sending their best. So, Carlos Anuel Medina Robos has been arrested for the murder and a shooting death of Luis Alberto Flores, which occurred last year. Yes, we're going to get to this one. Evil, just like the one down in Florida. That's on the list. It's going to be on the list. They killed a woman, bashing her in the head with a hammer. Hammer time! Medina Robles was located in Ward County, North Dakota, and has an immigration detainer hold. Oh, what do you know? I wonder what that tattoo on his neck stands for. Some kind of gang tattoo, I would imagine. You see it on his neck?
Also new at 11, the Durham County Sheriff's Office arrested Carlos Anuel Medina Robles across state lines in connection to a homicide that happened last year. He's now charged with first-degree murder. Deputies say he was wanted in the fatal shooting of Luis Alberto Flores on Guest Road in November. U.S. Marshal Service found and arrested Robles in Ward, North Dakota. Extradition proceedings are expected. Also new at 11, the Durham County Sheriff's...
Wow. That's crazy, right? Send them to sanctuaries, Martha's Vineyard, the Cape. Yeah, so send them to a sanctuary. Send them to a sanctuary. Lee County, Florida. Illegal alien arrested for fatal hammer attack. Lee County, Florida. Haitian national Roberto Joaquim has been arrested for the brutal murder of a mother working as a clerk at a gas station.
Mother of 2 teenagers is killed in front of a Fort Myers gas station. For the first time, we're getting a look at the woman.
That's why it is, Groiper, it is damn brutal shit. That's why they all have to go. We cannot wait around for them to murder us, rape us, rob us, break into our houses. They all have to go. Every single crime is an avoidable crime that didn't have to happen here in America. We know for a fact there are convicted murderers that they let into the country, that Biden let in, even though they were wanted for murder in other countries. Deport El Salvador, if not capital punishment. Yes. Did they say he should resign from Congress? A few people have said that, Joe. A few people said that he should resign from Congress. A few have. Yes, exactly. Every single one. They love hammers. They do. Or let them free and vigilante justice will handle it.
Mother of 2 teenagers is killed in front of a Fort Myers gas station. For the first time, we're getting a look at the woman beaten with a hammer. A judge ruled the suspect, Robert Joaquin, will stay in jail. Gulf Coast News reporter Kendall Brandt is live at the Chevron on MLK Jr. Boulevard, where you spoke with family and people saddened about this woman's violent death.
We've spent the last 2 days speaking with coworkers and family of the woman brutally killed in front of this gas station on Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard and Highlands Avenue. They tell us her name was Yasmin, a loving mother to 2 daughters who hails from Bangladesh. Now a memorial is growing in front of that gas station as police work to put the pieces together with the suspect now in jail.
Everybody right now is sad, Not only me on.
Thanks for being here, Pyramid 7.
Bangladeshi community, also the all of U.S. people, also the whole around the world. They are very sad to see this news.
Okay, hold on. All right. Believe it or not, MLK Boulevard. What was she doing on MLK Boulevard? MLK Boulevard it is ghetto-ish in Fort Myers, but it's not that mad. They left the T off of Fort. Yeah. It's not. MLK Boulevard is not like. It's not like MLK Boulevard in Chicago. Believe me, I used to live in Chicago. MLK Boulevard in Chicago, buddy, you don't want to be there. It's ghetto. Don't lie. I'm saying it's not like horrible. Not a good day for you. Been listening out of bed to take my drugs. Oh my God, Joe, I hope you feel better. I hope you're better. We have an MLK Boulevard. Well, anywhere, I'm going to tell you right now, it's strange that the everywhere that there's an MLK Boulevard, it's usually the worst street in the cities. It's like worst crime, worst stuff like that. It's not great. Yeah, no, I know. But I'm saying like this, I drove down MLK Boulevard in Fort Myers before, and I didn't feel like unsafe, okay? There are a few reasons I'd go to jail, prison, but this is one. Yeah. The caveat is they want that Republican from Texas to resign. We have one in our little town.
These are photos of the victim. Coworkers and family tell us her name was Yasmin, and she was always kind to everyone she met. People like MD Islam say the mother was just outside moments before the brutal attack.
She was good too because she came and she just did her prayer in the morning.
Coworkers say that happened just minutes before this video was taken from surveillance cameras, showing the clerk walking outside after noticing a man smashing in her car windows with a hammer. He runs toward her, hitting her in the head and killing her. The brutal attack sparked a manhunt that ended with police finding Robert Joaquin on Mingo Street.
I would just say one word: persistence. We were not going home until we found him. We had, I think, a cop on every single block in the last confirmed area that we saw him. And we used every resource, like I said, from our aviation support, canine support, to boots on the ground.
Joaquin made his first court appearance this morning. He's being held with no bond. Meanwhile, people like Islam say they still have questions about what led up to this murder.
I don't know why some people been crazy, we have no idea. Basically, actually, I cannot explain, So this same happened everywhere. Yeah, in this world, it's pretty bad right now.
First arrest in Portland was on MLK across the street from Elmer's Pancake House. Sarcasm is hard. It is. Wouldn't matter to me if it was my 20-year-old niece, 30-year-old, or 86-year-old grandmother, aunt. Yeah, it wouldn't matter to me. Like, God help somebody that ever tried to harm my grandkids, boy. I'll tell you that right now. They would. The DHS confirms that the suspect charged with murdering an innocent gas station clerk in Fort Myers, Florida, by bludgeoning her to death with a hammer is a Haitian illegal alien who was caught and released at the border by the Biden administration. Shield him from, which caught and released at the border by the Biden administration in 2022. An immigration judge ordered Robert Joaquin deported from the U.S. later that same year, but the DHS says the Biden administration shielded him from deportation by granting him temporary protected status, which expired in 2024. There was an extreme graphic video of the April 3rd killing on social media. Joaquin is seen hitting a vehicle with a hammer in a parking lot of the gas station. The clerk comes out to confront him. He walks right at her, and with full strength, he bludgeoned her in the head with the hammer. She falls down unconscious, and he crushes her head with the hammer 6 more times. He's now in custody, and ICE has placed a detainer on him. This illegal alien barbarically hit this woman in the head multiple times with the hammer. This heinous murderer was released into the country by the Biden administration. Not only did the Biden administration release him into the country, but they then gave him temporary protected status. Their reckless immigration policies cost this woman her life. Yeah, groaning. So they took the video down. It was there, post unavailable. Probably got 6 months free rent and loaded debit card too. Well, I can tell you how this man should die. That's what Sour Patch Lids says. They are not migrants. They are not dreamers. They are not immigrants. They are not newcomers. They are not asylum seekers. They are not border crossers. They are leeches. They are invaders. They are criminals. They are traffickers. They are illegal aliens. They are lawbreakers. It was freaking gruesome. Yes, it was. Imagine opening a door to let feral animal into your home. This is what the Biden demon rats did to the border. Recall that they didn't just look the other way. They actively kept the door open. Yeah. Biden-Harris sent forklifts to open the border when Texas put up a razor wall. They did that. Forgive me, God. We gave that piece of shit on video. No doubt. No, we have that piece of shit on video. No doubt it's him. I haven't got rid of him. They're not busy at the Stark facility now. We waste money on years on his stupid ass. Yeah. See Trump's truth post on Pope Leo. He's a weak on nuclear weapons. I haven't seen it, but I'm sure I heard something about it, but I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen it yet. The victim was a 50-year-old Nilifor Yasmin, a mother of 2 who worked at a Chevron gas station. This is Orange County, Florida. A legal alien arrested for the murder of his wife. Wow. Wow. Take a look at this illegal alien that was released into the U.S. under a fake asylum claim by Joe Biden and the Demon Rats. Forgive me, I'd have to be personal. It'd have to be personal. For me, it'd have to be personal to forfeit my freedom and go to jail. Yeah, me too. It'd have to be personal. But if it was personal, it would get really personal. Really personal. But Mayorkas said the border was secure. That guy, Mayorkas needs to be in jail. Biden-Harris should be arrested for crimes against humanity. Yeah. He just murdered his ex-wife in Orlando, blowing her brains out. She's a fake asylum seeker too, so much blood spilled for votes.
Take a look. This is Himber Romero being walked out of the Orlando Police Department. Orlando police say he called 911 after shooting his wife, Franyellen Reyes.
Police were called here to Eaglesmere Drive Monday around 1:30 in the afternoon. When officers got here, they found Reyes with a gunshot wound.
Medics tried to save her, but she died. Investigators say a fight between the two led to the attack. While they were still living together, they had recently separated. Reyes also started a new relationship, which officers say led to many arguments. Romero is now on an immigration detainer because investigators say he and his wife entered the country illegally. They say Romero and Reyes entered through Texas about 3 years ago and requested asylum.
Requested asylum. Raven says anyone who doesn't understand how they resolve issues is blind. Definitely. Look at this. Deke with another Jim Tells You membership. Thank you so much, Deke. Man, Deke's coming in hard today. Thank you so much, Deke. Wow. It says Woodham 3 received the gift of membership from Deke. Thank you so much, Deke. And with that means we are now $78 away, just $78 away from adding a third additional hour to the show. Thank you so much, everybody. You're so generous tonight. Thank you so much. Woodham says, Suze, what's up? Woodham got the membership. And Star Wars Marvel Purist says, what's up, Jim? Good to see Bella. Walking my pity right now. Well, that's awesome. That's awesome. Let me ask you something there, Star Wars Marvel Purist. How do you feel about this new Mandalorian Grogu movie that's coming out? I've been hearing about. Or is it a series? I'm not sure. Is it just a series or is it a movie? I don't know. I don't pay too much attention to that stuff. Throw Fauci in there. Yes, throw Fauci in there. Member rally. Thank you so much, Dee. Member rally. Thank you so much. Yes, welcome member. The super sick secret here is that one of these monsters does this in the U.S. against another illegal. It's cheaper to deport them rather than prosecute them. I think they should. I don't know, man. We gotta find someone to. We gotta find out. So we gotta find somewhere that'll take them, though. That's the problem. The only way I would deport one of these murderer people is if we sent them straight to El Salvador. Yeah, Deke, how are you still gray? I accidentally fell off when the date changed. Oh, that's too bad. I hope you're feeling better, Joe. Thank you, Deke. Deke is still gray. Thank you. Should make Deke green first. Yes. I was for a long time. I finally bought my own membership. I booked 2 Hispanics into jail that killed other illegals with nail guns. We deported them. Oh, man. I hope we deported them. That's terrible. I hope we deported them to El Salvador. But I guess probably not. And the KPT just gifted a membership. Thank you so much, KPT. KPT gifted a membership. Let's see who got that membership. It says that Mama Pillow received a gifted membership from KPT. Thank you all so much. And with that, that means we are now just $72 away. Just $72 away from adding a third additional hour to the show. Mama Pillow is good too. That's right. People are not digging on it much. They're just destroying every good movie ever made. Okay. Can't we send them to Sentinel Island? I hope so. My allergies are trying to end me. Sinus headache and pressure from the last 2 days. I've been having that too. Mando and Grogu is going to be more Dave Filoni slop. He's been ruining Star Wars since he started working on the TCW series before the sale to Disney. Man, see, I had such high hopes. I really did. But in all honesty, once my high hopes were dashed when I saw Luke drinking the green milk from the whatever that was, that creature. Green is my favorite color, just saying. Oh, top of the morning to you, lassie. Open borders, open season on Americans. Released after illegal entry, now a dead local and ICE detainer. Too late. This isn't compassion, it's carnage. That's right. And they got this one. New York City, illegal alien arrested for attempted murder after knife attack. Check this out, all right? More than 6 years after overstaying his visa, an illegal immigrant from Venezuela allegedly tried to murder a man on Long Island's Gilgo Beach before attempting to slit his throat. I read the expanded universe books and comics, read George Lucas era Star Wars. So the green only lasts 31 days. Enjoy. Yes. Not going to lie, loving the extra hour. Yeah, me too. We're going. Wasn't Lesbo Jedi Knights or something? Oh, that's not. There was something. Yeah, it was one of these new ones. There was something weird. I haven't really watched anything Star Wars since Return of the Jedi. Everything God made is wrapped in green. I understand. My husband's an old Navy submariner. Now ICE is trying to get authorities in New York to hand him over for deportation. Huh. The wages of sanctuary jurisdiction, they must be crushed by federal law enforcement. These sanctuary jurisdictions are openly nullifying federal immigration law. The Star Trek with the gay Klingon was canceled. I'm surprised. Well, the Daily Wire, I'm not going to be able to read this. It's going to do the same crap it did last time, so we're going to have to read like a little bit of this. So we'll just read a little bit. He overstayed his visa for years. Now he stands accused of a brutal attack. For more than 6 years, he overstayed a tourist visa. An illegal immigrant from Venezuela allegedly tried to murder a man on Long Island Beach last month. Not that being gay is wrong. There's nothing about being gay. Do you have any memberships to give out? If you could give 5, I might be able to find 5 in PayPal. I think I already gave out all the memberships, KPT. Let me look. I think I already gave them all out. I gave them all out already. Sorry. I gave them all out the other night. Wait. I gave them all out the other night. Yeah. Unfortunately. Sorry. Deport. Ruben Ganupa Ramirez allegedly drove an acquaintance to Gilgo Beach, a remote location where he attacked him from behind. Wasn't there a guy who was the Gilgo Beach killer? Wasn't that like he was the Happy Face killer? Was it Gilgo Beach killer? Something like that. The guy was called, that they found this guy. He was just like a family man guy that they said they caught. The Venezuelan national allegedly shoved a black cloth in the victim's mouth while stabbing him in the left side and attempting to slit his throat. Ramirez picked up the man from his Queens home before the two ended up playing pool at Sport Billiard Pool Hall. The Venezuelan national then allegedly drove the victim to Jones Beach and then Gilgo Beach, where the attack occurred. Ramirez attacked the. I can't believe it. See, create your free account to read and comment on unlimited articles. Let me see. Oh, you know what I'll do? I'm going to go back here for a second. Let me see. Create a free account. All right. Let's see if it works. Ramirez attacked when the two were walking back to the car. He picked him up. The victim was able to wrestle the knife out of Ramirez's hands. The victim was able to drive off from Ramirez's car, leaving his alleged attacker on the side of the road, and called 911. He then went to his friend's house in Queens, where he was met by police, and an ambulance was transported him to a nearby hospital. Rex Herman is a serial killer from Long Island. Create an account. Yeah, that's what he wanted me to do, create an account. Heavy-faced, the leader, began here in Abana on the Willamette. Oh, sad he got fat in America. Yeah, it's terrible, isn't it? Oh, I miss those giant steak burritos in and around Berwyn, tiny Mexican places. Oh, man, they were good. The best one was a place on like 31st off of Pulaski called El Faro. Had the best burritos. The best. El Faro. But there was a whole bunch of on 63rd Street, too, that were pretty good. There was some on Archer and Stickney and Summit that were good, too. But there's some good ones. Police arrested Ramirez later that same day after spotting him walking along the Long Island Expressway in Nassau County. Authorities later discovered 3 kitchen knives, one of which had been covered in blood, along with rope, duct tape, blankets, plastic drop cloths, and a large wheeled bag, gloves, and box cutter inside Ramirez's car. Ramirez came to the U.S. in 2019 on a B-2 tourist visa, which requires him to leave the country by December of that year, but he never left. Now ICE is pressuring authorities in New York not to release him. District Attorney in Suffolk County has condemned the state's sanctuary laws and recently used a loophole to have ICE pick up a child rape suspect from Guatemala. Ruben Gadepa Ramirez is a dangerous criminal alien who violently stabbed his victim and attempted to slit his throat. ICE lodged a detainer requesting Long Island not release this attempted murderer. We need more state and local law enforcement to work with ICE to get criminals out of neighborhoods. This attempted murderer will never be loose on American streets again. DHS has unleashed ICE to target dangerous criminals, illegal aliens like Ruben Gadepa Ramirez, who put Americans at risk. Yes. We got this one, Greene County, Missouri. Illegal alien arrested for a teen's murder. So 2 adults charged with 15-year-old's murder. One is an immigration detainer.
A set-up shooting of a 15-year-old last month along West Maplewood Street in Southwest Springfield.
Detectives say a juvenile picked up Miles Young from a Springfield apartment on March 12th after talk of setting him up. Witnesses told investigators they warned Miles not to go because of bad blood from an earlier homicide case.
Court documents show Jeffrey Archaga chased Miles in a ski mask while carrying a Glock-style pistol. A witness on FaceTime heard Miles fall, followed by multiple gunshots. Now, he later died from his injuries at the hospital.
Archaga was taken into custody on Tuesday in Webb City and is charged with first-degree murder and armed criminal action.
Praise King was arrested on March 18th and has already been charged with murder. He is scheduled to be in court on Wednesday. Set-up shooting.
That's terrible. Deke says, I'm still 50 minutes behind and not jealous of you in the future. Thanks, Deke. You're the best. Night, Phil. That's right, Night, Phil. Wow. Man, this is just terrible. So this is more about the case here. 15 rounds, which occurred in March. His immigration detainer hold is said to be the shooter in a plot to lure Young out with the prospect of sex in order to kill him. Several juveniles were involved, as well as another adult not on an immigration detainer. After Young was lured outside, he was chased down. Witnesses heard one shot and then heard Young scream, "I don't want to die," before two more shots were heard. Akavar Alvarez is also the suspect in a separate firearm assault and said to be associated with the Gang 1300. Wow. Booking and probable cause. Let's see what this says. Hold for ICE, murder first degree. Race, Hispanic. Uh-oh, he's a Hispanic. This guy's a Hispanic. Get these effers out of the country. I agree. Dallas County, Texas. Man on detainer arrested for random stabbing death. Just a good old random stabbing death.
Hey guys, and detectives say that this was a random act. They say that the suspect actually came up with the plan while hanging out at an area skate park. He then drove to the grocery store, randomly picked his victim, and stabbed the guy in the neck to death. This is the man Garland police say murdered a stranger for no apparent reason. He's 32-year-old Juan Pedro Reyes, a Garland resident.
Based on what we gathered in his statements to us, that evening he decided that he was going to hurt somebody. And so he chose that grocery store to go to. And then when he went there, he targeted the victim and he stabbed him.
The fatal encounter happened around 8 Friday night. According to police, Reyes drove to this Fiesta grocery store located off South First Street. This is a surveillance image of Reyes that was released by police. Investigators say Reyes was inside the store for several minutes before he simply walked up to the victim, identified as 39-year-old Frankie Arredondo Barrios, and stabbed him in the neck. Reyes left the store, went home, and reportedly confessed to his parents, who brought him to the Garland Police Department to turn himself in on Saturday.
Wow. Jonathan wants to know, where are they getting guns? Isn't possession of a firearm illegal? It's crazy. It's almost like criminals don't care about the law, Jonathan. It's like criminals don't follow the law. All gun laws do is restrict law-abiding citizens, because only law-abiding citizens follow the law. It's crazy how that works. Yes, these are such valuable contributors to our society. Yes. Wait a minute, what's this? KBT says, why is my only option the black thumbs up, no other color? That is crazy. That is nuts. How the hell does a coyote bring a whole human across the border? Georgia Rep. Darshan Kendrick, they still elect him to office. That's right. So it's just a little coyote. How could a little coyote carry a person across the border? That's one of the, you bought your first house in Garland. I almost got arrested last Christmas, but they didn't have probable clause. Yeah, funny. You almost got me there. So he's been arrested for murder and is accused in a random grocery store stabbing. So let's see. Here he is. And it says here, he's a white male. What do you know? Juan Reyes is a white male, illegal alien. Murder. Huh. Juan Reyes, white male. What do you know? Come on, Texas. Let's get it right. Skewing the crime, daddy, by labeling him as white. Not a problem in North Carolina. Yeah, look at meet Teresa Stokes. She's the judge who let career criminal DeCarlos Brown walk free and went to slaughter Arena Zariska. That's right. That's what we got going on. That's what we got to do. We got to stop this stuff. We got Sevier County, Tennessee, illegal alien arrested for car accident death. All right. Man accused of fatal hit and run on immigration detainer hold. Like, people don't realize the amount of car accidents and hit and runs and DUIs caused by illegal aliens.
We are following new details tonight. A Knoxville man is now charged following a deadly hit and run.
crash that happened early this morning in Sevierville. Police tell us 34-year-old Enrique Estrada Martinez is now charged with leaving the scene of an accident following a death and driving without a license. Martinez is accused of hitting and killing Henry Smith, who was walking on Winfield Dunn Parkway near Westmount Road, then leaving the scene of the crash. Police arrested him today in Knoxville and later booked him in the Sevier County Jail. We are.
All right. Let's see. Let's see. I always like to check this out. So they got him leaving the scene. Oh, what do you know? What do you think? What do you think, you guys? It's been a while since we played our game. What do you think? Is this guy white or is he white? What do you think? White or white? Is it white or not white? How's the game go again? It's been so long since we've played this game. Dun, 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 dun. He's a white taco, white. Oh, yeah. Who white? Yeah, he's a who white. He's a who white. Look, Estrada Martinez Enrique is a white male, 34 years old. What do you know? Yes. Leaving the scene of an accident that causes death. White male. ICE needs to be busy in every state, every single day. Can we please send these all back home? Skewing the crime data by labeling as white. Yes, they are. That's how they do. That's how they do. All right. Save America. Mass deportation. Fairfax County, Virginia. Illegal alien arrested for stabbing death. Another illegal immigrant has been arrested for murder in Fairfax County, Virginia. Your people. I know. I'm trying, Joe. Game should be called Jim's or Joe's. White smells like white, but smells like Mexico. White, that's just Wong. White, AM. This is the second fatal stabbing in the county by an illegal alien in a matter of weeks. Police say the man repeatedly stabbed another person with a machete. A machete. DHS is calling on Abigail Spanberger and the Fairfax County officials not to release the murder suspect. Yes. And when I took my kids out to lunch, if we saw uniformed service members, I'd point to them and tell my kids, these are the real superheroes. We'd buy their lunch. My kids were in awe. Much deserved. Well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Law enforcement sources tell me that another illegal immigrant was arrested for a brutal murder in Fairfax County. The Department of Homeland Security tells 7 News Anibal Armando Chavarria Muy is from Guatemala, and he entered the United
Clearly another white man murdering people.
States illegally at an unknown place and time. This week, Fairfax County Police charged Muy with second-degree murder for killing a man with a machete in Bailey's Crossroads. DHS has also sent an immigration detainer from Muy to Fairfax County Sheriff Stacy Kincaid in order to deport him. And DHS Acting Assistant Secretary Lauren Biss said, quote, ICE is calling on Virginia Governor Abigail Spanberger and Virginia's sanctuary politicians to not release this murderer back into our communities. That in reference to the fact another illegal immigrant murder suspect in Fairfax County, Abdul Jallo, who was accused of killing Stephanie Minter last month, was released by Fairfax County in spite of repeated warnings from police that he might kill someone.
I had her for 41 years. And I don't know what I'm going to do without her.
Last week, Stephanie's mother called on Governor Spanberger and Fairfax County officials to
Blanky boy.
To protect
How you doing?
Virginians from violent illegal immigrants. One of the governor's first official acts after being sworn in was to prohibit state law enforcement from cooperating with ICE. And she has refused to answer our questions about whether she will sign a bill passed by the legislature, making it illegal for local law enforcement to do so. Nicole Kipralove is the executive director of American Border Story, an advocacy group that works with victims.
Standard
of
operating
immigrant
procedure,
crime.
definitely.
Immigration is not just a federal issue, but it's also a state and local issue to an extent. You see that playing out in Fairfax County. Obviously, the county has seen a lot of crime as a result of these policies. It operates under this trust policy that limits cooperation.
I reached out to Sheriff Stacy Kincaid's office, and I asked, is her office going to honor the ICE detainers on the 2 murder suspects? Kincaid's office has not responded. Reporting in Fairfax, Nick Minock, 7 News.
No, they're not. They're going to let them out. That's part of the communist plan. That's part of the communist plan. All right. Refusal to honor ICE is simply not a good way to score some kind of intellectual political points. Yeah, machete murderers from Africa and South America rose dramatically because of the demon rats. Yeah. Look at this. Look at this. So, yes, Biden-era policies. 40% of arrested MS-13 encountered unaccompanied minors. Yes, it's all because of them. I want to see. There's no... a likely third. This guy, this asshole killed his daughter by blunt force trauma, a 3-month-old. Father charged with murder and death, a 3-month-old daughter. So there's a third one here. Wow, this wasn't even covered. But it doesn't say. I can't find out what they listed this guy as. Well, all right, here we go. Fond du Lac County, Wisconsin. Illegal alien arrested for trying to kill his mother. What do you know? Illegal alien from Nicaragua arrested for attempted murder in Wisconsin. Luis Antonio Sevilla Benavides stabbed his mother 26 times with life-threatening injuries. Illegal alien violence has been permeated in America. Here we go. We got a nice boy. He killed his mother. Yes, he killed his mother. He tried to kill his mother. Yeah. That's it. No video, no nothing for this one. That's all we get is this. Dapper Detectives, another good follow. If you're on X, you might want to check him out. Santa Clara County, California. I lived in Santa Clara County, California. I worked at the Great America in Santa Clara County, California. It was a lot of fun. It was a wonderful place at the time. It was a great place. 2 illegal aliens arrested for a woman's death. Santa Clara County, California. Illegal aliens Franquin Estonora Martinez, Tian, and Gazon Jose Chales Mogolina have been arrested in the shooting death of 24-year-old mother Kemberi Chernos Flores, which occurred in January. And Rosa Martinez is also wanted in New Jersey in connection with the shooting death of Esteban Vicente Sartuatska, which occurred in March. What do you know? More on the immigration statuses. A Honduran national was caught illegally entering the United States. He was arrested and removed. He was caught illegally. So this guy has been arrested, removed a third time. And he's murdered people. He's wanted for a murder in New Jersey, and he murdered somebody here. So what do you know? Wow. So here we go. Here we got a news story. Come on, get out of. What are you doing?
Yeah, authorities say both of the suspects had previous run-ins with the law, and they say that one of them had an outstanding warrant for murder.
I hope it comes into play soon.
Authorities have 2 men in custody for the murder of Kemberi Chirinos Flores. In January, the 24-year-old was gunned down in her car at a Sunnyvale mobile home park.
Kemberi was in the prime of her life. She was working 2 jobs to make ends meet.
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. I'm sorry. Did they just say that she was killed at the Sunnyvale Mobile Home Park? Because you guys know Sunnyvale Mobile Home Park? Do you guys know what Sunnyvale is? Trailer Park Boys, the TV show that was on Netflix for the longest time with Bubbles, Julian, Ricky. No? That's Sunnyvale. I'm going to have to back this up. Did they say Sunnyvale Mobile Home Park? Because, God, that is...
in her car at a Sunnyvale mobile home park.
A Sunnyvale mobile home park.
Was in the prime of her life. She was working 2 jobs to make ends meet, and she was a loving mother of a 5-year-old son.
Now, 2 months after the crime, authorities have arrested Alfonso Inestroza of Hollister and Gerzon Chirinos of Sunnyvale in connection with the murder.
Both suspects were taken into custody by our detectives and the Sunnyvale SWAT team without incident.
Authorities felt the SWAT team was necessary since Inestroza was already wanted for homicide in New Jersey. Gerzon Chirinos was the victim's former partner. Authorities say he had a history of domestic offenses with other women.
The victim and Gerzon were previously involved in a dating relationship, and they have that child in common.
That boy is now with Child Protective Services. Authorities say they have recovered the alleged murder weapon, a shotgun, but they are releasing few other details of the crime.
Wow. You've been reading comment section of Orban election, Europe news, lots of comments making fun of J.D. Vance. Well, yeah, that's a thing. It's a risky thing to go and try to, it's a risky proposition to go and try to help somebody that was down in the polls like that. It's a risky proposition.
Yeah, authorities.
They released so many criminal aliens that they have 2 jails in the top 10 for not honoring detainers. Yeah, Santa Clara County Jail. And look at this. Santa Clara County Main Jail is number 1. They've released 2,981 people that had detainers. Cook County Jail in Chicago is number 2. Fairfax County Jail is number 3. And then Santa Clara County Jail in Elmwood is number 4 on the list for releasing people with detainers. Huh. That's kind of funny. Dallas County, Texas. Man on detainer arrested for intoxication manslaughter.
A Dallas tow truck driver is dead after a horrific crash on I-20. Good evening and thanks for joining us. I'm Peyton Yeager.
I'm Steve Eagers, 9 o'clock. Police say 66-year-old Guillermo Garcia was fixing a flat tire on his own wrecker, parked on the side of the road just east of Spur 408 near Mountain Creek Parkway Wednesday afternoon. Dallas County Sheriff's deputies say a suspected drunk driver hit and killed him. A co-worker was also on the scene and witnessed the whole thing. Fox 4's Casey Stiegel spoke with that witness today, joins us live with his story. Casey.
Stephen Payton, the 41-year-old, is being held right back here in the Dallas County Jail tonight, charged with intoxication manslaughter. And there's also court records and jail records indicating that he is on an immigration hold, suspected of being in the U.S. illegally.
I was telling him I was going to be there, whatever happens. I was going to be with him.
A friend's final promise made on the shoulder of Interstate 20.
He put his head on my lap, and I hold him like this. And I said, "Can you hear me? Can you hear me?" And he said, "Yeah, yeah."
Jose Marino Mercado says he was helping his friend and co-worker, fellow tow truck driver Guillermo Garcia Wednesday afternoon around 3:30 when out of nowhere he saw an SUV swerve in their direction.
The car passed right by, and that's when it hit him.
Guillermo Garcia died shortly after arriving at the hospital. 41-year-old Amador Morzan Selvin Omar was driving a silver Jeep Compass on his way to work at a Chicken Express in Grand Prairie. According to a newly released police affidavit, he told investigators he looked down after getting a call from his wife, then looked up and knew he had hit something but did not know what. Officers also wrote they suspected he was under the influence of alcohol. The arrest paperwork goes on to say he admitted to cops of having a 12-ounce michelada hours earlier. Deputies note he failed to fully pass field sobriety tests and agreed to have his blood drawn at the hospital. While awaiting those results, the 41-year-old now faces a charge of intoxication manslaughter. Records also show he's on an immigration hold.
His boots, his hat, everything was scattered in the highway.
Now Garcia's friends and relatives are forced to make sense of a senseless loss.
He was very good, nice person, very humble. He will help everybody.
So tonight it is not clear if the suspect has retained a lawyer. The Dallas County Sheriff's Office says it's still very much an ongoing investigation.
Wow. Look at this. Says, what are your thoughts on the 2028 candidates? Do you think Vance should be a candidate like the tired old political standard, or should people actively primary him? Not a fan of anointing VP. I think there should be an active primary. I think, Rubio should be in there, Vance, and whoever else. I don't think there should be anybody anointed. Let it is. Jason Fisher, the gates of hell have opened for Hungary. I don't think they realize what they did. What they just did. Germany crisis. Orban was the only breaks. EU is all downhill from here. Yeah. Well, we'll wait and see. I'm a little wondering if maybe this guy that was taking over, if this wasn't this guy that won was like a top guy for Orban just in 2024. So how much different can they be? So I don't know. I'd like to wait and see what they actually do. Hey, Charlie, call-in number. I don't have a call-in number. I'm going to work on it, though. I'll get one. Drunk on your way to work at 3. Fantastic. They're sending their best. Now, I didn't want to point out, too, that it's really odd that the guy that was the witness did not speak any English, because I thought you had to speak and read English to be to have a CDL, which don't you need a CDL to be a tow truck driver? Isn't that a commercial driver's license job, a CDL, or no? Isn't a tow truck driver a CDL, or am I wrong? Mama Pillow says, I live in a very commie state. The schools here are dangerous and atrocious. The kids in our co-op mostly went to high school later for science equipment and team sports. Sure, we taxpayers will be paying for his lawyer. I bet everyone involved on an immigration detainer order. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah. Terry's going, good night, wonderful friends. Thank you, Terry, for being here. I live in Austin with my hubby, and we have a farm 30 miles east of Waco. So drive close to weekends. You have a farm near Waco? Is it near the Branch Davidian complex? That guy seems really assimilated. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I think I said before about how I did a statistical analysis of the jail exit survey near Portland. Subs wouldn't let me include White versus Hispanic incarceration, recidivism, violence. Yeah. Sweet dreams, Terry. Can you name the state? I like Waco. CDL must speak English. So I thought. But doesn't a tow truck driver have to have a CDL? It's kind of nearest to the Davidian place. Cool. Heading to work. I don't think so, Jim. Only for certain tow trucks like regular flatbed that just tows normal sized cars. I don't think you do. Okay. I wasn't sure. Orban better be ringing up Trump right now and have his exit strategy seeking asylum in the U.S. or they will jail him right away like Bolsonaro. If it's under 26,000 pounds and no air brakes, you can drive a tow truck. Okay. Whether you need a CVL to drive a tow truck depends on the weight. Okay. So if it's like one of them big wreckers for like a tow truck for like semis, that would probably be a CDL. Thank you, Lightning Fan. And thank you, Lurchlinger. CDL is not tow truck worthy. Many lacks axles. Okay. Like Ackwell Foley. So let's see. See what it says. Here's a guy, and it says he's a white male. Another white male. Damn it, Joe. I keep getting these. Another white male. We got here. Benton County, Arkansas. Illegal alien arrested for DWI crash that killed 2. Husband and wife killed in a car accident. Man now an immigration detainer charged with DWI and negligent homicide.
Arkansas State Police say 2 people died in a motorcycle crash in Rogers. Authorities say Michael and Frida Cordes were killed when a Chevy Tahoe turned into the path of the motorcycle, causing the motorcycle to hit the SUV. Arkansas State Police.
Wow. Jose Luis Gomez was arrested for 2 counts of negligent homicide after a DUI in a crash that killed a husband and a wife. All right. I can't tell, but let's see. It says he's a white male. We got another white male. Negligent homicide. Wow. Yeah. Wow. Another white male. Dark County, Ohio, illegal alien arrested for pregnant teen's crash death. Dark County, Ohio, ICE.gov is reporting that Tarsem Singh, who was accused of killing a pregnant woman in a car accident, is an illegal alien. Illegal alien, Tarsem Singh's car crash injuries are slight compared to those of a 17-year-old pregnant passenger and her unborn child who were thrown from his Range Rover and killed when he crashed after fleeing from Ohio police at 100 miles an hour. A foreign national non-citizen was driving 124 miles an hour while fleeing from police in Ohio when he caused a crash, killing a pregnant 17-year-old. Race unknown. Race unknown. Huh. The 17-year-old was pregnant with his child. Oh, my God. Legal alien killed 17-year-old who was pregnant with his child in a car accident.
100 miles an hour during a chase. The crash. And at 11, prosecutors formally charged the man they said crashed going more than 100 miles an hour during a chase. The crash killed a pregnant teenager. And Tarsum Singh faces involuntary manslaughter and failure to comply charges. In Dark County last month, a trooper tried stopping Singh but said he kept going. Just minutes later, investigators said Singh hit another car head on. In Singh's car, 17-year-old Ashley Holmes. The impact threw her out of the car and she died at the scene. Holmes' sister told News Center 7 she was talking with Ashley on the phone during that chase.
Yeah, she was crying, she was screaming, she was terrified. I screamed at him to stop. And then she screamed, and then I heard a crash.
Holmes told News Center 7 Singh was the unborn child's father. Singh is in jail. His bond, $1 million. And at 11, prosecutors formally...
Oh, I got to see something. How old is this guy? I got to go back. How old was this guy? How old was this guy? How old is he? How old was he? Date of birth, 1992. He looks, I mean, so he was in his 30s. He was 34, 33, 34 with a 17-year-old, pregnant 17-year-old. Wow. Davidson County, Tennessee, man and detainer arrested for teen girl's death. Man arrested for 15-year-old girl's shooting death, now on immigration detainer hold.
Brian Murcia Troches is charged with reckless homicide. He's accused of killing 15-year-old Genesis Medina Gonzalez in October of 2024. Now, police say the suspect admitted to shooting Gonzalez, telling detectives it was an accident. Homeland Security agents took him into custody in Memphis and just returned him to Nashville. His bond is now set at $200,000. Brian.
No, KPT. She was in the passenger seat of his Range Rover, and he was running from the police doing 124 miles an hour. He crashed the car, and she was ejected out of the car. So maybe she didn't have a seatbelt on. Maybe she did. I don't know. But she was ejected out of the car. So old enough to be busted for statutory rape. That's what I was thinking. DHS needs to deport all these people and jail the judges. They want to call Trump a dictator. He should act like one. I'm tired of this bullshit. I voted for all to be deported, not for court dates. Agree. Agree. Yes, that is disgusting. Yes. Yes. He was driving a Range Rover. He's 34 years old with a pregnant 17-year-old. Yeah. 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 So let's see. Last week, Brian Jose Marcoya Tortes was arrested for reckless homicide and the shooting death of a 15-year-old. Oh, just reckless homicide. He was an immigration detainer hold. He was handed over to, he was in custody of DHS before being handed over to local authorities. Investigation shows that they were in a vehicle together in an area on October 5th of 2024. Shots fired at a car went into the air due to a vehicle following him. He claimed while bringing the gun back inside the car, he accidentally shot Medina Gomez. Oh, so they were doing like a drive-by shooting type of thing. And $200,000 bond. It should be hella higher every single day, and illegal aliens arrested for something hideous. Yeah. Mecklenburg County, North Carolina. 2 illegal aliens arrested for 2 murders. Huh. A second suspect, Anthony Jose Ruiz Polanco, has now been charged with both murders. He has an immigration detainer hold. Oh, what do you know? What do you know? Yes. Half his age, perv. Yeah. Crazy. Let's see. This guy's Hispanic, Joe. Sorry. HM, Hispanic male. Guy almost looks a little darker than Hispanic to me, though. 5'8", 200 pounds. First-degree murder. Felony conspiracy. And Angelis Jose Quintero Fernandez was arrested for murder in the shooting death of Ludvin Antonio Guzman. So another one. He has an immigration detainer hold. So both of these guys have immigration detainer holds. The victim attempted to kick one of the two participants in a fight and was executed from behind by another person. The second shooting occurred over the weekend, leading investigators to find the weapon used in the January killing. So, here's the documentation. Another Hispanic male. So we got 2 Hispanic males for murder here, Joe. Sorry to tell you. This guy's 5'5", 200 pounds, so he's short and fat. Those darn white supremacists. Yeah. Should be charged with both of those murders, too. Negligent homicide. Morris County, New Jersey, illegal alien wanted for hit-and-run death. Damn it, fine. Send them my way. Flight to CCOT booked. Still 27 minutes behind. How are we not tapping the like button? I don't know. Let me check how many people hit the like. Looks white to me, Mark Edwin Webb. Well, they could be. They could be white. We don't know. We'd have to check their papers. I'm going to get the papers. Get the papers. Going to get the papers. Get the papers. It says we got 123 likes. I mean, that's what I see. 125 likes. 148 people watching. So, I mean, we're doing pretty good on the like department. We could be perfect. Yeah, what the fuck? Fine, send them. Yeah. I voted for this 3 times. Yeah, it's the best way to say this side of my state because the good old boys in my small town will pop them quick. That's what I like to hear. He's a circle. Yeah. Thanks, Jim Somniacs. Morris County, New Jersey, illegal alien Wilson Adrian Maracho Necta is wanted in connection with the hit-and-run death of a 68-year-old pedestrian, Justo Poleko Tanaska. Well, according to DHS, Maracho Necta is an Ecuadorian national entered via the southern border in 2019, was removed back to Mexico after being issued a final order of removal, and subsequently illegally re-entered at an unknown time and place. So that would make him a felon for re-entering. The death of 68-year-old Justo Poleko Tanaska in March 2026 could have been prevented. Justo was walking in a crosswalk when allegedly an illegal driving a construction company truck hit and killed Justo. Justo was left to die while pinned under a truck. Okay, now I'd like to know what construction company truck. First time you've ever heard Jim chuckle. Yeah. Well, it happens. What's up? How you doing, Nosum Rider? Great to see you. Thank you. I'd like to know who owned the truck. In my opinion, the construction company that hired this illegal alien, that gave him the truck, is also on the hook. For this. That's in my world, if Jim was emperor, the construction company, the owner of the construction company who hired him, at a minimum, is paying out millions of dollars. At a minimum. At a maximum, he's doing some time. Yes. Have you subscribed to the channel and hit the like button, the bell for notifications? It's free, and you won't miss a show. Oh, Right On Gal says, all right, it's way past my bedtime. Keep it easy, Jim. Earbuds in, and you're my Hub's snore blocker. Good night, y'all. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. Right on, gal. Right on. That's what I like about these chat girls. Right on. Augustus Jimenez. That's right. I would be very forgiving, but I would rule very firmly. Does Jim even know that he does the quite a bit? French fried taters. French fried taters. Yep. I like my French fried taters with some mustard sauce. Oh my God, same. Blocking out hubby snoring. Sweet dreams, Cindy. Yes. Thanks, y'all. Thank you, Ice, for taking out the trash. Pitt County, North Carolina, legal alien arrested for hit and run death. Wow, this seems like a pattern here. You know, are we allowed to recognize patterns?
Well, in court today, a Spanish translator was actually used for Erasto Lopez Gomez, who, according to Pitt County Sheriff's Office, is also being held on a ICE detainer. Now, he's currently charged with felony hit and run resulting in serious injury or death and was given a $2 million bond on that charge. The 25-year-old was taken into custody Tuesday night in connection to the deadly hit and run. According to court documents, at the time of the booking, the magistrate was not able to verify whether he is a legal resident of the United States or his citizenship status. The magistrate ordered Pitt County to give ICE 2 hours of time to issue a detainer. The Pitt County Sheriff's Office confirms that a detainer has been issued. This comes just 2 weeks after Christopher Babcock was killed while riding his motorcycle along US 264 and US 13 in Pitt County.
Can't fathom anybody just leaving someone to die on the side of the road.
Court documents also state Lopez Gomez was considered a flight risk. Now, following the arrest, Babcock's wife sent a statement saying, "We are deeply grateful to the troopers from the North Carolina State Highway Patrol, the investigators at the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigations, Crime Stoppers, and our entire community for their tireless efforts in identifying and locating the driver responsible."
Chris was in my life for over 30 years, and I don't have that anymore. It's just over. And it kills me every single day that he doesn't get to lay his head on a pillow or come home, and I don't get to say I love you anymore.
Oh, man. That's the reason I do this, folks, that I show these things. Chicks on the right, they're on in the morning. These stories matter. These people matter. These lives matter. These things should not be happening in the United States of America. This is not the country that we love, the country that we know. This is not supposed to happen. Anyone who's allowing this to happen is betraying their oath to the Constitution, betraying their oath to protect and defend the people of the United States, the American citizens. Yes, the black robes are a huge problem, and their asses need to be in jail too. It's very sad. Let's see. Here's the man at detainer. Here's the guy. Cambridge County Sheriff's Office. Makayo Kabata had fled Hillsborough County and was traveling westbound at Interstate 10. You cannot outrun justice. Our deputies will get you. Oh, wait. Is this another story? Oh, wait. Okay, no, it's another one. Wait. Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. That was the wrong guy. This is the guy with the motorcycle. All right, that's another story. I'm sorry. That was a different story. This is number 19, Hillsborough County, Florida. Man at detainer arrested for shooting death. Hillsborough, Florida County. He was arrested in Chambers County, Texas, to face murder charges in Hillsborough County. Hillsborough County, Florida. Okay. He was arrested in Texas. Sheriff Cabral was participated in a disturbance outside a bar last Sunday. Later, Cabral and other individuals met again at a gas station down the road. The disturbance escalated, and Cabral was accused of shooting a man. This guy shot a guy and then went to Texas. Mayako Jayaja, whatever that means. I don't know. Senate Dems, another one you chose over American citizens. Rotten hell. Crosby County, Texas, man and detainer after DWI accident kills two. Luis Alejandro Putzosa is on an immigration detainer hold after his arrest for intoxication manslaughter. Is accused of running over and killing two women, Yana Melinda Reyes Chavez and Rina Romez Reyes.
The man accused of striking and killing two people.
What's up, Swa? How you doing? Great to see you.
Is now in the Lubbock County Jail. 49-year-old Luis Putzosa is charged with intoxication manslaughter and is also held on an immigration detainer. The Department of Public Safety says that Saturday afternoon, he got in a fight with people inside his truck, whom he then left on County Road 105, only to come back and hit 52-year-old Irma Linda Reyes Chavez and 60-year-old Irene Ramirez Reyes. They died at the scene. According to DPS, Luis was then assaulted by the family of the two women and taken to UMC for treatment before he was booked into jail today. The man accused of...
Well, it's good. He got a little. They got a little. They got a little justice. Honest, they got a little street justice. They gave him a thumping. He got a little thumping. It's been 0 days since an American's been killed by an illegal immigrant. That's right. 0 days. Welcome to the United States. Do you care about innocent people at all? How many is too many? How many is too many? 21, Knox County, Tennessee, man a detainer after arson of home with 11 residents. Man accused of trying to burn a home with 11 people inside, now an immigration detainer hold. Why is this not a better story? I mean, this should be a longer story here.
A man is in the Knox County jail accused of setting a home on fire. Knoxville firefighters say 11 people were inside the house at the time of the fire. Knoxville firefighters say Diego Pedro started a fire at a home on Stair Drive in Western Heights last week. A warrant shows the 44-year-old and one of the victims had an ongoing dispute over money. Firefighters say cameras caught Pedro carrying a container, pouring a liquid out, and then setting the front porch on fire, then running away. Court records show he is charged with aggravated arson and is being held for immigration and customs enforcement.
Wow. He tried to set a house on with 11 people inside. According to the arrest warrant, Pedro was captured on video carrying a container with liquid. The warrant states, what do you think? What do we think he is? Let's see. It says here, date of birth, bond over minimum. That doesn't say. Oh, look at that. They're not even putting it down. They don't even put it down. Media coverage. We saw that. With 11 people inside, so he was trying to burn down a Hispanic household. Well, we don't know that for sure. We don't know that for sure. We don't know that for sure. Tulsa County, Oklahoma, man and detainer arrested for shooting death. Man accused of murder over a debt payment not on immigration detainer. Weiler Abreu.
Tulsa police say Weiler Abreu is the man who shot and killed Alexis Diaz Vasquez in a driveway at this trailer park. Officers say Abreu borrowed money from Diaz Vasquez and tried to repay him with fake money. Police say the two men got into an argument and Abreu shot Diaz Vasquez.
Lots of times when these things happen, they just take place so quickly and we don't have much in the way of information.
Captain Richard Muhlenberg with Tulsa Police says officers didn't have a lot to work with at the start of the investigation. They were able to get pictures of Abreu's car, and with the help of the Real-Time Information Center and license plate reading cameras, they tracked Abreu's car around 51st to Memorial and took him into custody. Muhlenberg says technology helped officers go from little information to making an arrest within hours of the shooting. Tulsa police say Weiler...
Police say attempted to pay a debt with fake money. Let's see. Homicide arrest. It says here he's a male Hispanic. Oh, damn it, Joe. Too bad. Another one. Bail $1 million. $1 million. Delaware County, Pennsylvania. Illegal alien charged with attempted murder. An illegal alien charged with attempted murder arrested by ICE after Philly police brother bonds him out. What? Previously convicted of a firearm offense in New York, Jamaican national Christopher Leon Bailey is now accused of running over a pedestrian in Pennsylvania and fleeing the scene. CCOT booked. That's what I'm saying. Good night, buddy. Take care. I'll see you soon. For demoralizing the people, not just the military. Yeah. Tucker and Alex Jones would be in prison right now. Oh yeah, FDR would have done that. Yeah, FDR would have locked them up. That definitely. FDR would have locked him up. FDR literally added our morale to his warning to the media. Yes, he did. Bailey, who overstayed a 2009 tourist visa, allegedly hit two pedestrians crossing the road in January before chasing them down in a parking lot and nearly hitting them again. Kicked to the ground by the victim after exchanging words, Bailey allegedly pulled a knife on two before chasing them down again with his car and running over the victim before fleeing the scene. Bailey's brother, a Philadelphia police officer, posted a cash bond on February 8th, and the suspect was released without notification to ICE. ICE ERO officers arrested him before he was remanded to a Delaware County prison in a sanctuary jurisdiction. When he appeared in court with his brother, who was in full uniform, Bailey will remain in ICE custody pending removal proceedings. His additional charges include felony, aggravated assault, attempted to cause serious bodily harm, aggravated assault, attempts to cause serious bodily injury, disorderly conduct, reckless conduct. Here he is, yes. Philly crime update. I hope the brother gets the boot, too. Some police officer he is. Is his brother as legal as well? What the F's going on? The Dems have taken our citizenship and tried to make it worthless. Illegals pay nothing, get away with everything, and benefit from two-tiered justice, and vote illegally with no consequences. Citizens pay for it all. 24 cities. Salt Lake County, Utah. Illegal alien charged with attempted murder. Border Hawk can confirm that the Mexican national charged with attempted murder found the electrical socket just before taking the mugshot. Sounds like it. He slit a woman's throat and left her to die in Salt Lake City, Utah. It's a miracle. We have been monitoring the story since last week. Let's see. He is Maine CA housing booking information. The Hammer report. That's kind of old. ICE urges Utah politicians to not release Mexican illegal charged with slitting woman's throat in Salt Lake City. The fact that they have to even request this is crazy. Federal authorities have confirmed that a suspect charged with attempted murder for slashing a woman's throat and leaving her to die in Utah is an illegal alien from Mexico. The horrific attack unfolded March 18th in Salt Lake City, as we previously reported. Police responded to reports of a woman crying and moaning in an alley and found the victim a short time later. Surveillance footage reportedly shows the victim trapped under a wheelbarrow before emerging, stumbling through the alley in apparent physical distress. Investigators identified a suspect, 30-year-old Jesus Alejandro Ramirez Padilla, was taken into custody a short time later. Ramirez Padilla reportedly told authorities he and the woman smoked meth together and admitted he had been having thoughts of killing someone, and today he decided he was going to kill the woman. Jesus said he strangled the woman from behind while they were both standing until she became unconscious and fell to the ground. Once to the ground, Jesus placed her hands around her neck and continued choking her. Jesus said he wanted to take the woman out of her misery and then used a blade to cut her throat 2 or 3 times. Jesus told detectives he intended to kill the woman. Jesus told detectives his state of mind was altered from ingesting drugs. So they're probably going to say that he was, temporarily insane from the drugs and let him out. The victim was rushed to the hospital in critical but stable condition. Ramirez Padilla was charged with attempted murder, obstruction of justice, aggravated assault, and use of possession of drug paraphernalia. Is currently being held at the Salt Lake City jail. In a statement provided exclusively to Border Hawk, the Department of Homeland Security revealed that Ramirez Padilla is an illegal alien from Mexico who entered the U.S. at an unknown location and time. ICE has lodged a detainer against Ramirez Padilla and is urging local authorities not to release him back into community. Jesus Alejandro Ramirez Padilla is a dangerous criminal legal alien who violently strangled and slit a woman's throat multiple times. We are calling on woke politicians to not release him, this barbaric criminal. back into American neighborhoods. The criminal alien has no place in American communities. Look at this. African traveler caught entering with dead primates. Crazy. Crazy time. Crazy, crazy, crazy time. We have been monitoring the story since last week. All right, number 25, Oakland County, Michigan. Man, a detainer after reckless driving death. Oakland County, Michigan last week, Richard Antonio Leon Zegen was arrested for reckless driving, causing death in a car accident of an 81-year-old man. Wow. Leon Zegen has an immigration detainer hold. Any good news tonight, Jim? I did news earlier, Miss Hacker. That was some good news. The good news was Eric Swalwell has dropped out. I don't know, is that good news? Dropped out of the race. I'm going to do a quick check when this is over for anything. After the investigation, March 31st head-on collision, digital forensics evidence was found by investigators that led to the charges. Gender, male. No race listed. What do you know? What do you know? Farmington Hills. Yeah, that's Michigan. Check this out. Big update on the $7.2 million Medicaid fraud scandal following Judge Sarah West's shocking move to throw out the unanimous guilty verdict against Abdel Fattah Youssef. The Minnesota Attorney General's office has filed an appeal. The jury sat through the full trial, examined the evidence of the home health care scheme that defrauded taxpayers out of millions, and delivered justice. The AG is now using a recent Minnesota Supreme Court ruling to argue that the conviction should be reinstated. When one judge can erase an entire jury's decision like it never happened, public trust in the courts takes another massive hit. Snarf letting loose. Yeah, sad stuff, these monsters. Yes. What happens next? This judge goes, oh no, he let him go. It doesn't matter. He needed the money. Yeah, if you don't impeach corrupt judges, you cannot fix the country. They will form a cartel and block all reforms, protecting the systemic corruption that put them in their seats. White, not white, but have to skew the data. Yeah. Suddenly, the Antifa Keith is a constitutionalist. Now, the gas prices are and have been this high in California for years because of the insane California taxes. It's in the threes in D.C. Let's be honest. Yeah, Ro Khanna says Trump's immoral, reckless war has shot up gas prices in their district to nearly $6. He's a fucking liar.
Santa Clara, right outside our office where we often fill up.
Yeah, the gas prices have been like this there forever. This guy's a liar. Ro Khanna is a liar. Any of the people that are fooled by Ro Khanna, he's never been honest. He's one of the most radical members of Congress, trying his hardest to pretend he's not. He wants $4 trillion in climate justice reparations. These people hate our country. Yeah. They hate our country. The EU put the final nail. The EU put the final nail in the coffin of democracy today after defeat of Viktor Orban in Hungary. The authoritarian regime in Brussels froze billions from Orban's government and promised voters they'd unfreeze the money if he was defeated. They took the bribe. The EU calls Orban a dictator, but its own president was installed in a Soviet-style backroom deal. There is a word that Brussels invokes with an extraordinary frequency, and that word is democracy. EU officials deploy it against Viktor Orban of Hungary, against the governments of Poland and Slovakia, against the elected leaders of Romania, and lately against Donald Trump and the United States itself. The accusation carries a familiar structure. The targeted government is authoritarian. The leader is a threat to liberal norms, and the European Union stands as the righteous guardian of the democratic principles. The argument has a surface plausibility that makes it easy to repeat. It has one fatal defect. The institution making it is itself a product of one of the most brazenly undemocratic leadership selections in the modern Western world. Yes. Yeah, Yuri Bezumov forgot to mention U.S. judges. He sure did. Begin with the basics. In 2019, European citizens went to the polls in EU parliamentary elections. Those elections were supposed to mean something. The mechanism that was supposed to give them meaning was called the Sprechenkandidat process, a system under which each major political group in European Parliament would nominate a lead candidate. Those candidates would campaign openly across Europe, and one of those whose coalition won the most seats would be installed as president of the European Commission. The logic was simple. Voters can see the faces of the candidates for the most powerful executive position in the EU, hear their arguments, and register a preference. For once, EU leadership selection would have a thread connecting it to voter intent. Lol, a German word. Yeah, it's a German word because the EU was the plan that the Nazis had after World War II. That was the Nazis' plan for a unified Europe after World War II, is the EU. Sorry. Manfred Weber, a Bavarian politician who led the European People's Party, carried out that process exactly as designed. He traveled across Europe, he debated, he represented a political bloc that won the largest share of seats. Under the Spitzenkandidat framework that EU institution had themselves promoted, Weber was the clearest expression of Democrat preference available with the EU's existing architecture. He should have been installed as the Commission president. He was not. In closed-door negotiations among national leaders, most prominently Emmanuel Macron and Angela Merkel, Weber was vetoed. The national leaders then settled on Ursula von der Leyen, a German defense minister who had not run for the role, had not campaigned across Europe, had not appeared on a single ballot, and had not been presented to a single European voter as a candidate for anything. The European Parliament, which possesses the nominal authority to confirm or reject the Commission president, was then handed a binary choice: ratify von der Leyen or leave the EU without a Commission president. It confirmed her by a margin of 9 votes out of 747. Europeans have the right to elect their president. Yeah. That confirmation is sometimes cited as evidence of democratic legitimacy. Consider what it actually was. Oh. 5 minutes behind, Oakland County story is local to you. Well, a legislature was presented with one pre-selected candidate chosen by a group of national heads of government meeting behind closed doors and asked to take it or leave it. There's a name for that kind of vote, and the EU knows it well because it uses it constantly when it describes elections in Russia and North Korea. When Vladimir Putin appears on a ballot with no meaningful opposition, when Kim Jong-un receives 99% approval from a legislature that was never offered an alternative. Von der Leyen is Kamala Harris. Yeah. Every week just proves more and more that evil in the world is rising, and not enough people left who rule with their brains and not their hearts. They will slit their own throats to not be called mean names. Yes. Yes, Gundam. The EU condemns the results as theatrical ratification of a decision already made by the ruling elite. The condemnation is correct. The hypocrisy is that the EU's own parliament performed a functionally identical act when it rubber-stamped von der Leyen by 9 votes after being handed her name by the same kind of closed-door negotiations that Brussels claimed to find intolerable anywhere else. The difference between Brussels in 2019 and Pyongyang on any given election day is one of degree, not of kind. In both cases, the outcome was decided before the vote was held. The legislature was only asked to confirm what the powerful had already chosen, and the process was dressed in the language of democratic procedure to disguise the reality of elite selection. This matters because everything that flows from von der Leyen's commission, including its long campaign to discipline, pressure, and effectively punish elected governments it dislikes, flows from an institution whose chief executive was never validated by the voters she claims to serve. The EU's authority to lecture Orban about democratic backsliding is purchased with currency it does not have. Now consider how the authority has actually been exercised. The Steelman case for EU institutional interference in member state elections is not a matter of conjecture or conspiracy theorizing. It is documented in official EU communications, Reuters wire reports, and the explicit public statements of EU officials and the national politicians who felt the pressure firsthand. Start with Hungary. The EU's rule of law conditionality process produced a commission proposal in September 2022 to suspend $7.5 billion in cohesion policy commitments, citing corruption and procurement risks. EU member states subsequently agreed to freeze approximately $6.3 billion. Hungary's recovery and resilience funding was made subject to extensive conditions, including what were described as super milestones gating any payments at all. None of this is disputed. The EU has gone to considerable lengths to frame these funding freezes as neutral compliance enforcement, rooted in the protection of EU budget and the rule of law. The question is whether that framing survives contact with the political reality it produced. Napoleon's strategies were actually brilliant, but he never watched Princess Bride, never debated a Sicilian, and never entered a land war in Asia, especially in winter. It is not. In the context of these fund suspensions, Orban publicly accused EU leaders of attempting to influence Hungary's domestic politics. As Hungary's April 2026 parliamentary election approaches, withheld EU funds have become a prominent issue in the campaign environment, with the opposition messaging explicitly built around the promise of recovering funds through a more Brussels-friendly posture. That's not a coincidence. When an external authority controls whether your country receives billions of euros and then publicly links the receipt of those euros to changes in domestic policy and governments, it has altered the electoral playing field regardless of what language it uses to describe the action. I get your jokes. What are you talking about? I got your jokes. I just read it deadpan. Opposition parties in Hungary are essentially campaigning on the promise that electing them will unlock money that Brussels is currently withholding. Inconceivable. Ah, you've fallen for my oldest trick. As you wish. The dynamic does not emerge from neutral enforcement. It emerges from leverage, and the leverage is political instrument. The Poland case is even more explicit. In June 2022, Commission President von der Leyen stated in the EU Parliament that Poland would receive no money from EU's pandemic recovery fund until specified judicial milestones were fulfilled. An unusual direct public linkage between contested domestic reform and access to large sums of money. Poland's recovery plan has already been approved, and very large amounts remain effectively inaccessible for an extended period. After the 2023 Polish election produced a change in government, a deputy justice minister in the outgoing administration said directly that the European Commission interfered in parliamentary elections in Poland by intentionally blocking the recovery fund to blackmail Poles and supporting the opposition coalition. President Andrzej Duda, aligned with the previous ruling camp, characterized the Commission's blocking of recovery plan money as purely political. The Negus. He's in a lot of movies, yes. But I am not left-handed. Aimed at forcing Poland to change its authorities. After the new government took power, the Commission announced unlocking them up to $137 billion in EU funding. Reuters reported measurable market impact from the announcement. The sequencing was not subtle. Vote for the government Brussels prefers, and the money flows. Vote for the government Brussels opposes, and it does not. If a foreign power attempted this kind of financial pressure on a U.S. election, it would be correctly called election interference. When Brussels does it, it is called rule of law enforcement. Italy received a different version of the same message. Days before Italy's election, September 2022, von der Leyen told an audience that if things went in a difficult direction, the EU had tools, explicitly citing prior confrontations with Hungary and Poland. The timing was not incidental. The statements arrived in the final days of campaign in which Giorgia Meloni's coalition was leading in the polls. An EU Commission president publicly warning days before an election that a victory would be by the expected winner would trigger EU retaliation in the form of electoral intervention, regardless of the legal form it takes. Matteo Salvini called it shameful arrogance. That reaction was politically predictable and substantively reasonable. a supranational executive with control over enormous resource flows had inserted itself in the final days of a Democratic campaign to signal adverse consequences for one electoral outcome over another. France illustrates this mechanism at the most extreme. Marine Le Pen, who represents the largest single opposition bloc in French politics, has been barred from public office for 5 years following a conviction tied to the use of European Parliament assistance funds, a common administrative practice from a decade ago that scores of other members of European Parliament engage in without prosecution. Jonathan Marcos says, "Good night, everybody. I'm tapping out." Without conviction and without a single day of electoral consequence. The selective application of that standard to Le Pen and her party while leaving untouched the many others who operated identically is not a coincidence. It is the definition of political persecution. And when a law that sat dormant against dozens of similarly situated politicians is suddenly activated with maximum force against one figure most threatening to European establishment's grip on French politics, the word for that is targeting, not justice. The prosecution was formally French, but the pathway to it ran through EU institutions. The European Parliament Administration and the European Anti-Fraud Office initiated and refined the evidentiary and financial recovery pathway. An EU-level financial recovery action was upheld by the EU's second highest court in 2018. The resulting French criminal process then produced an ineligibility finding designed to remove Le Pen from the 2027 presidential race entirely, with an appeals court ruling conveniently scheduled for July 7th, 2026, a date that compresses or forecloses her presidential preparations, regardless of the outcome. The political class that constructed this timeline knew exactly what it was doing. The most credible challenger to the French and European establishment is not being defeated at the ballot box because the establishment is not confident it can defeat her there. She's being removed from the ballot box altogether, though a chain of institutional actions that began in Brussels wound through Paris and ends with French voters being denied the candidate they would most likely have chosen. The pattern across these cases is not coincidental. In Romania, EU monitoring and high-level warnings reportedly entered domestic conflicts over judicial reform, with explicit public linkages between compliance and EU demands and access to Schengen membership, and tens of billions of euros in cohesion funds. In Slovakia, the Commission issued public warnings threatening immediate legal action over proposed domestic legislation and the dissolution of a domestic prosecution unit, with consequences calibrated to be politically painful. In each case, EU institutions presented their actions as neutral compliance enforcement. In each case, targeted governments and their supporters experienced the actions as asymmetrical pressure designed to advantage certain domestic political actors over others. Iocane toast for all those that have membered. Well, thank you, Deke. And with that $2 from Deke, that means we are now just $70 away from adding a third additional hour to the show. Thank you so much, Deke. Might get a job there. Political science provides the bridge between these actions and electoral outcomes. Research consistently shows that voters reward incumbents for visible spending and investment and punish them under conditions of economic hardship or deprivation. EU funds are not marginal. They represent in some member states a substantial fraction of public investment. When those funds are frozen, publicized as frozen, and linked explicitly to domestic political conditions, the electoral consequences are as predictable as anything in the political economy. Parties that promise to restore the funding flow gain a structural advantage that has nothing to do with their policy merits and everything to do with Brussels' thumb on the scale. The comparison to Trump in the United States is instructive. European leaders and EU officials have not been shy about signaling their hostility to Trump's return to power or their preference for the foreign policy posture of his opponents. The argument from Brussels is typically that it is simply defending democratic norms and the rules-based international order. God, I hate that word. But the institution making that argument, run by a president who was never on a ballot, who was selected in closed-door negotiations by a national executives over explicit objection of the candidate who actually won a democratic competition for the role, and which systematically deploys financial conditionality to shape electoral outcomes in member states, does not occupy the moral high ground from which to lecture elected governments about democratic accountability. The EU has spent years calling Orban a Russian asset and an autocrat. Orban was last elected with 54% of the vote. Von der Leyen has never faced a competitive election for the office she holds. None of this is to say that every EU policy objection is wrong, that member state governance is beyond criticism, or that genuine corruption and rule of law problems do not exist in some of the countries being targeted. Those are separate questions. The point here is narrower and, if anything, more fundamental. An institution that presents itself as an arbiter of democratic legitimacy for the entire continent must itself be a democratically legitimate. The EU Commission, as currently constituted and as currently led, fails that test. Its president was installed by elite negotiations after a mechanism designed to connect voters' intent with the outcome that was discarded outright. The gap between the EU's democratic rhetoric and its democratic reality is not a minor inconsistency. It is a structural fraud, and it has cast a long shadow over every judgment Brussels presumes to make about democratic credentials of elected governments who simply prefer to run their own affairs. Yeah. And that's the EU is who's trying to silence Elon Musk, these crazy people. These crazy, crazy people. Check this out. The man who pulled a gun on restaurant staff and guests at a Huntersville, North Carolina restaurant, James Savilion Harrison, has not only been released on a ridiculously low bond by a progressive magistrate, but was also booked as a white and faces only 2 misdemeanor charges. Huh. Crazy stuff there. Remember, anytime that you see race white category that feeds into the federal database of white crime rates, you should not believe them. Whatever the true, real white crime rate actually is, it's so much lower than what is being reported. Extremely low. DEI justice system protects their own because you know the oppression. This is your 30th arrest. 5 minutes later, have fun. See you next time. Kill whites. Yeah, see? That's what's going on, man. That is what's going on. You couldn't hear it, Jim? Yeah, there was no sound. It was muted. There was no sound on there. Is the EU imitating California or California imitating the EU? He looks white to you. Yeah. Guillotine is a strain. Guillotine. Is it guillotine? Guillotine is the name of the man that created this contraption. Is it guillotine or guillotine? No, there was no sound. There was no sound in the last video. Look at this. Paige, I don't know if you guys saw this, what happened. Did you guys see what happened to Savannah Hernandez? The domestic terrorist daughter is now claiming the sheriff choked her out with excessive force. The video tells a real story. She was getting arrested and fought her way out. So we're going to watch a couple of these videos. Some of this stuff.
Don't talk. Is she under arrest? Hey. Why are you grabbing her? Why are you grabbing her?
Hey, wait!
Why are you grabbing her?
What the fuck is wrong with you, sir? That other girl is sticking everyone else and punched her in the face. You're fucking
I thought you just wanted to talk, motherfucker! I thought you just wanted to talk!
Why don't you get your side of the story?
This is at that Whipple facility, the Whipple detention facility. It's either, I don't know if this is in Minnesota or Illinois. I'm not sure if this is Minnesota or Illinois.
I'm right here, brother. I ain't doing shit. Get your hand off me, man. Don't put your fucking hand on me. Fuck you.
Why don't you arrest the party, Swalwell?
Put your hands on other people. See what happens. Run, fat boy. Run. Yes, boy. Fuck you. You're gonna lose your job. You're gonna lose your job.
That's the same guy that attacked Savannah. So let's see. So we'll see these other videos here. The afternoon, the day before the town hall, the clerk check this out. This afternoon, the day before the annual town election, the Somerset, Massachusetts massive two-shits town clerk is seen on camera taking ballots out of the locked drop box alone. The town clerk is up for re-election this year and is on the ballot. Somerset, massive two-shits is the same town that 2 years ago went viral for the assistant town clerk passing ballots off to a poll worker in their car alone. How is ballot integrity guaranteed in this situation? Oh, look, she's just there collecting the ballots on her own. Nobody's there to watch her. Nobody knows what she's doing. Doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? Doesn't make a lot of sense. So yeah, this is the people. This is the guy that got arrested. This is the guy's father who attacked Savannah. This guy was part of it. Don Lemon's with them too. So the FBI, Army Dillon says yes. The FBI has opened a criminal investigation into the assault on Savannah Hernandez. So this you're going to see the girl that just got arrested attack Savannah, and I'm going to turn it down for the whistles and stuff.
My daughter? No! Stop touching me! You fucking touching me! Jesus Christ! Leave me! I'm trying to leave!
I know, just go though. Look, we're trying to help you. Let's get you out of here. Trying to leave, let's go. Let's get you out of here. Let's go. Where are you going? Where do you need to go?
I don't have a car here. Where do you want me to go?
Jared, can we get her somewhere?
We're trying to help you though. Like we helped you.
No, you didn't.
Yes, we did. We stopped people from hitting you because you were
I
saying
was standing here for an hour.
If we didn't help you, you would have been attacked.
And started attacking me.
We told them to stop.
I didn't do anything.
But you're like trying to play victim so hard when we were literally.
Okay, so I have all this on camera. It's fine. And because we're Minneapolis, you can't press charges against any of these people either. Anyway,
so it's Minneapolis.
Yeah, there we go, guys. There we go.
Yeah, there's 1,000 people
Minneapolis,
trying to help you.
incredible. What am I gonna do?
There's some other videos too of it. There's some other videos of this stuff. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Law enforcement official confirmed the woman named Sunny Nevka went viral for claiming she was detained by ICE for 2 days was a hoax. Wisconsin sheriff involved in the false claim is now suing the woman over the hoax.
That is right, Cheryl. Today, the Dodge County Sheriff said Sundance Sonny Nakvi's story was made up, and he's demanding action accountability for what he calls lies.
Sundance Nakvi was not detained by ICE at any time. She was not transported to Broadview Detention Facility. She was not transported across state lines to Dodge County by law enforcement anyway. She was not in the custody of the Dodge County Sheriff's Office.
Dodge County Sheriff Dale Schmidt in his lawsuit outlining what he calls a hoax allegedly carried out by 28-year-old Sundance Sonny Nakvi. Nakvi's supporter spoke out last month after the Evanston native claimed she was detained at O'Hare Airport by Customs and Border Protection for 30 hours. Her family says she was then sent to the ICE detention facility in Broadview and later transported to a facility in Dodge County, Wisconsin, where they said she was released Saturday, March 7th. According to the lawsuit, Sheriff Schmidt says Nakvi was actually staying at a hotel near O'Hare and allegedly sent text messages from her room.
She checked into the Hampton Inn and Suites in Rosemont, Illinois for the entire duration of this alleged event. Travel from the Hampton Inn and Suites in Illinois to the Holiday Inn Express in Beaver Dam was done to complete this hoax. She scammed a victim out of thousands of dollars in pursuit of this hoax against the federal government and the Dodge County Sheriff's Office.
During the sheriff's news conference, he displayed what he says are messages from Nakvi at the time she claims she was in custody. One message says, quote, "Going to look into this hotel." Another says, "In the room now." And then there's this image also shown at the press conference in which the sheriff says Nakvi was spotted at a store in Wisconsin during the time she says she was being held by Dodge County officials. Sheriff Schmidt says this isn't Nakvi's first time lying to law enforcement. Court records confirm a 2019 case in which Nakvi filed a false police report with Skokie PD claiming she was sexually assaulted in a park. She pleaded guilty and did 2 years of probation, and the case was then dismissed. The sheriff personally suing Nakvi for her alleged defamatory claims against his office. The sheriff also suing Cook County Commissioner Kevin Morrison for defamation. Morrison held a press conference on behalf of Nakvi last month.
They asked for Sonny's phone number so they could search the facility for her phone. About 10 minutes later, the phone opened, text messages were read, and the phone was turned off, and we lost her location.
The Dodge County Sheriff said while the situation is disturbing and defamatory, no laws were broken in Wisconsin, so they cannot file criminal charges. We have reached out to Sunny Nakvi and her family for comment on the allegations and the lawsuit. We have not heard back. Cook County Commissioner Kevin Morrison said, quote, "It is my understanding that a lawsuit has been filed. I have not seen it, and if a suit has in fact been filed, I cannot comment on pending litigation." The Dodge County Sheriff said Nakvi was detained at O'Hare by Customs and Border Protection, but for a little over an hour, not 30 hours as she claimed. Customs and Border Protection told us that at the time she was flagged for additional inspection based on law enforcement checks. The story continues to unravel, and so many questions as to why some of these allegations took place.
That's what I say.
Oh, great work on your part, unraveling some of it.
Yeah,
Right.
still a lot of questions though, so we'll see. A lot more to unpack here.
All right.
Yeah, they all need to go to jail. House Judiciary Committee says the European Commission uses vast power to limit online discourse ahead of major elections in the U.S. and Europe. That's crazy what they're doing. A couple who attacked Savannah has been identified as Chris Osterocco and his daughter Paige, known for their involvement in leftist circles. They frequently participate in anti-ICE, anti-American demonstrations. Oh, what do you know? This is complete nonsense. These posts are exhausting because they're made by people who don't even understand the basics. Yeah, this is crazy. We saw this. And we saw this yesterday. Wait a minute. What is going on? What is happening? I had a whole bunch of more. Hold on. I had a whole bunch of more bookmarks saved today. What is going on? What the hell is going on? Where are all my bookmarks? What the hell is happening? Where are my bookmarks? That's just crazy. All right, let me look here. Anything new? Oh, we got something new here. We got this. U.S. strikes on alleged drug boat kills 5, leaves 1 survivor in the Eastern Pacific. U.S. military said Sunday that it blew up 2 boats accused of smuggling drugs in the Eastern Pacific, killing 5 people and leaving 1 survivor. That's okay, Jim. I've had enough for one night. Okay, Miss Hacker. I'm just trying to find a new news story. This The Trump administration pursues its campaign against drug traffickers in Latin America while preparing a naval blockade of Iranian ports. The attacks on Saturday bring the number of people who have been killed in boat strikes by the U.S. to 168 since the Pentagon began targeting narco-terrorists. As with most of the military statements about the dozens of strikes, Southern Command said it targeted the drug traffickers along known smuggling routes. KPT, I wouldn't worry about it. We're almost done. This is the elite payback for WikiLeaks. The military didn't provide evidence that the vehicle was carrying drugs. This fucking joke didn't provide evidence. What's the evidence it's supposed to provide? Southern Command stated on X that if notified the U.S. Coast Guard to activate search and rescue system for the survivor, the Coast Guard confirmed to coordinate the search and update. Trump said the U.S. is in armed conflict with cartels and justified the attacks as necessary escalation to stem the drug flows. Critics have questioned the overall legality of the boat strikes. Well, of course they have, because they're a bunch of pansies. Bunch of pansies. Bunch of pansies. Yeah. Bunch of pansies is what they are. Pansies, I say. Bunch of pansies. Bunch of pansies, they say. The boat strikes have continued in Latin America. Even the U.S. military is focused on operations in the Middle East. Lol, say it, they bitches. Yes, they are. Bitches, yeah. Billionaires evil. Okay. Soros is still not considered foreign influence. I think he is. Trump wants to weaken Iran's key leverage in the war after demanding it reopen a crucial waterway. U.S. Central Command said the blockade would involve... Wait. What the hell? Anyway. They keep going back to the same stuff. They always have Epstein to fall back on. Well, that's why that's why I'm hoping that Congress will actually do something now. Make these women come in and name names. Because here, if the women refuse to say who it was that hurt them, then this just needs to go away. If they need help identifying the drug boats, they can send me in to try whatever the boats are carrying, and I'll tell them if it's worth blowing them up or not. Well, you don't want to do that, because what if there's fentanyl on the boat? That would be a problem if there was fentanyl on the boat. That would be a major, major problem if there was fentanyl on the boat. Fentanyl on the boat. Fentanyl? Fentanyl? If there was fentanyl on the boat. Was there fentanyl on the boat? Could be fentanyl on the boat. Could be. Maybe. Never know. Hey, what's up, Doc? How you doing? Great to see you. One second. So here's a little bit about Swalwell. I think the pressure mounted on Swalwell from within Congress because of the high-profile nature of his problem was threatening to drag two other Dem members out of the House via expulsion. The Dems demanded Tony Gonzalez to go with Swalwell. GOP came back with McCormick for Santos. Then the Dems came back with Corey Mills, and GOP came back with MacGyver. It was necessary to turn off the flame before they lost 3 Dems. If Swalwell wanted to serve out his term, he needs the money desperately. Now he has no campaign fund to support his lifestyle. That's one reason he was resisting. He's using the excuse of campaign obligations to pay expenses like childcare that wouldn't normally be covered by campaign spending. KPT says, gotta go. Gotta find my pillow. Greg says, street chemist dealers are lacing everything with fentanyl because of the addictive properties, availability, and cheap AF. I forgot about fentanyl. My drug days were back before fentanyl came out, thankfully. Yeah, me too, man. Me too. I'm not going to lie, man. I like to have fun in the 90s, late 90s and early 2000s. I like to have fun. I like to go out. I hit the clubs. I like to party. So I had a good time. But his campaign staff resigned, and his office staff made it clear in a statement that they were staying only for the purpose of constituent services. Swalwell will still stay 9 months more until January because he needs the job and the income. The reason he's not resigning his congressional seat is because party leadership wants him to serve his term because of the time it would take to fill the seat, 2 to 6 months. If the Dem machine wanted him out there too, he'd be out tomorrow. I agree with almost everything you said, except I doubt that he's able to serve out the rest of his term. If it wasn't a midterm election, it would be possible that the scandal would be drowned out by a presidential election. They all knew and will be able to be asked on a campaign trail. That's why I got a license to buy from a dispensary. No, it says, yeah, if I had all the money I spent on drugs from 2006 to 2012, I'd be effing rich, man. I'd be effing rich. Yeah, the child care he was paying to his wife. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. Oh, what's it say? 2 years ago, Alexander Zander Kazanowski opened a small antique shop in Chicago. Trans activists doxed him and protested his business over his wrong-think social media posts. The store eventually closed. Just weeks ago, while expecting his second child and raising a young daughter, he was bludgeoned to death outside a bar. Police are still searching for 4 suspects. Another young father gone in a Democrat-run city where crime festers and certain opinions get you targeted. His kids will grow up without him. Chicago deserves better. When does accountability start?
Understand that? They're violating the law right now. She's blocking our storefront, but she's blocking our storefront right now. How's it going? Hey.
Pay the $100 permit.
Oh, you're actually blocking our entrance, so you have to leave. You have to allow people to enter. You have to step back. Listen to the organizer. Listen to the organizer. You can't be in the way of the door, okay? This is what we're dealing with. This is a young Christian business, and this is what you deal with. She's reporting this sign, by the way.
I'm reporting a sandwich sign on the sidewalk that doesn't have the city detail on it. Oh,
this is what she's reporting.
Saying that they have a sandwich signboard and it doesn't have the city detail.
Sounds more ridiculous. Ooh. Well, you know what I could do? If I really want to? I'd go ahead and go. Oh, no evidence. Ooh. He's taking the sign. Understand that? They're violating.
These are the 4 suspects that beat him to death. Even if you get caught, they'll probably get off with a slap on the wrist. If and when the Supreme Court hands out birthright citizenship to Chinese birth tourists, we'll experience the most staggering act of lawlessness, cowardice, and vanity and betrayal. We'll no longer be sovereign citizens. We'll become subjects of judicial supremacists. Still searching for them. Yeah, still searching for the 4 suspects. Still searching. What's it say? He wants Iran to be defeated because the Middle East and the world would be better as a result. Just as long as enough U.S. service personnel are killed in the process so that Trump and Netanyahu will ever be blamed. If you want to make an omelet, some U.S. troops will need to die. I don't want Iran to lose if it means Trump wins. Really wants to see Iran defeated militarily because the regime is a terrible regime. But on CNN's he fretted. The problem is that Trump, this guy says, the problem is that Trump might win.
Yeah, I find myself, Michael, in a situation where I really want to see Iran defeated militarily, because this regime is a terrible regime for its people in the region, and nothing would improve the region more than the replacement of this regime with a regime in Iran that was focused on enabling its people to realize their full potential and integrating peacefully with other countries and stop occupying Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, and Yemen. So I'm all for that. The problem is I really don't want to see Bibi Netanyahu or Donald Trump politically strengthened by this war, because they are 2 awful human beings. They're both engaged in anti-democratic projects in their own countries. They're both alleged crooks. They are terrible, terrible people doing terrible things to America's standing in the world and Israel's standing in the world. And so I really find myself torn. I want to see Iran militarily defeated, but I do not want to see these 2 terrible people strengthened.
Yeah. These people should never be taken seriously again. None of these people that are supposedly expert. Wait, this guy with the sandwich sign got killed? Yeah, he got killed by those 4 people. But it was 4 people. Well, everybody, we went 4.5 hours almost. So we got picked up 2 extra hours. We didn't make the 3rd, which is fine. But I want to thank everybody who was here for the special Sunday night show that I don't normally do. I want to remind everybody, if you haven't already, please hit the like button. And if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe to the channel. The means cannot in any way justify the ends. Yeah. So, and I'm hopefully we'll be doing a show Monday. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do an early show Monday or if it's going to be a late show. So pay attention. Maybe a 7 o'clock show tomorrow, Monday today. Maybe a 7 o'clock show. We'll see what happens. If not 7, it'll be 9. Thank you again, and come on back for Jim to tell you the news.